Chapter 692, Lunar King. Reverie Henyi. Ling Han instinctively felt an intense chill well up, feeling only pins and needles. With his eyesight, he could discern that the jade casket was definitely an antique buried underground for countless years, and he could even see the dirt that hadn't been cleaned off and was at least several tens of millennia old. The casket was constantly sealed until the moment it opened earlier. Only then did the mysterious substance flow out. In other words, the person in the casket should have been buried for the same amount of time as the casket. Tens of millennia, this girl died countless times, but now she actually opened her eyes. Could this not make one feel pins and needles? It's this substance that can seal the body's life force, without a shred of it spilling over, Feng Piyun said, his gaze burning bright. Ling Han came to a realization. No wonder someone buried for tens of millennia would suddenly open their eyes. That explained it. Wrong, not without a shred of spillover. Yi Shuang shook her head. That's called time liquid, and it indeed can be used to seal living creatures, allowing the living creature's passing of time to be slowed extremely and live out a very long time relative to its limited lifespan. However, it only slows the passage of time, and doesn't stop it. So life force is still fading away, just extremely slowly, and depending on the quality of the time liquid, it can be slowed by 100 to 100,000 times. Ling Han and the three others were all shocked. Even if it could only slow time by 100 times, then wouldn't a shattering void tier elite be able to live up to 100 millennia? Of course, living like this was no different from a dead person, because the flesh and divine sense would have no sensation. How do you know? Could you also be an old monster like this? Ling Han asked. Old monster? Yi Shuang was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly bursting her fuse, and said, Damn brat, do your eyes have problems? Where is this lady old? Look at this skin, how fine and smooth, and look at these breasts, is there any bit of drooping? And this buttocks, perky and so fine. Hunyo covered her eyes, shaking her head repeatedly, and said, Dirty, too dirty, it's affecting Nyo's pure heart. Ling Han came to realize that what Yi Shuang said was right. That was why he could only occasionally feel the aura emitted by the person in casket. It wasn't that the person was intentionally suppressing it, but rather her passing of time was too slow, resulting in the presence she emitted being felt only after a long time. When they were talking, the girl inside the jade casket abruptly stood up and stretched, instantly displaying the curves on her body, filled with alluringness, making the military officials blush, turn their faces, or cover their eyes. Immediately, the atmosphere became confusing. Beloved General. Ma Duobao said with a smile. The girl in the casket glanced at Ma Duobao, revealed an astonished look, and said unsurely, My emperor? It is your emperor. Ma Duobao nodded. The girl in the casket was taken aback, suddenly bursting into laughter, even tearing up, and kept hitting the edge of the casket. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Your Majesty, how did you become so disgusting? The military officials' expressions were all twisted, resisting the urge to laugh. Ma Duobao coughed, and said seriously, Isn't this emperor still dignified and imposing, cutting quite the figure? The girl in the casket was still laughing with tears, as if it couldn't be stopped, and after a good while, she said, Heavenly Astral King and Earth Overturning King, have they seen your Majesty's look yet? Lunar King, beloved General, give this emperor some face, there are still outsiders here. Ma Duobao said. The girl in the casket, Lunar King, jumped out from the casket, glanced towards where Ling Han and the four others were, immediately retracting her gaze, and muttered, Since your Majesty turned into a damned fatty, then what about this king's appearance? She swiped with her hand and chilling air immediately gathered, forming an ice mirror before her. Ah! She immediately let out a scream, and then burst into a towering rage, shouting, Your Majesty, what did you promise this king? What did I promise? Ma Duobao appeared very innocent. You said, when this king reappears again, appearance wouldn't be changed at all. But look, this king is clearly older by 2 years. 2 years. Lunar King looked angry to the point of killing someone. This, Ma Duobao waved his hand, and said, this emperor didn't think of it. Slept a little too long, and if it weren't for the earthquake that awakened this emperor first, perhaps this emperor would sleep for several tens of millennia more. Then wouldn't it be possible that this king would have become an old lady when waking up? Lunar King became frantic. You damned fatty, this king will beat you up for daring to make this king age 2 years. She was truly formidable, immediately charging towards Ma Duobao. Hong, the terrifying aura fluctuated, and the entire imperial city became extremely chilly. Snowflakes fluttered in the sky, and with a close look, every snowflake was branded with martial intent, with vein-like patterns glowing on it. If these snowflakes blew onto people, even heaven-tier elites were guaranteed to die. Lunar King, you're crazy. Ma Duobao hurriedly extended his hand towards the sky and made the snowflakes flow in reverse, or else if the snowflakes landed on the ground, living beings would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. You don't know that girls go crazy easily? Lunar King roared angrily. Give this king back her youth. She struck violently, and the might of a shattering void tear fully unleashed was shockingly terrifying. 9th layer of the shattering void tear. Feng Peiyun said in a low voice, appearing extremely serious. This was the pinnacle of martial arts in the vast lands and the pinnacle of humanity, and surpassing this tier, one could either suppress it or be ejected from the realm. Ma Duobao only defended and didn't attack. Each move and style was powerful and momentous, showing the royal presence of an emperor. All right, Lunar King, there are guests. He tried to exhort her. Lunar King wasn't willing to stop, and said, unless you let this king kick your fat face twice, this king won't stop her anger. Ma Duobao smiled embarrassingly, and said, beloved general, this emperor is the master of an empire anyhow. It's not too good doing this, right? Then give back this king her youth. Lunar King said furiously. You just look 2 years older. Now you're even more beautiful, Ma Duobao shouted. Lunar King immediately stopped fighting, and said, this king is even more beautiful? Of course. Ma Duobao said seriously, and then turned to say to the military officials. All my beloved subjects, isn't Lunar King more beautiful? Yes. The military officials nodded their heads hurriedly one after another. Lunar King looked at herself in the mirror for a while again, and said smilingly, this king also thinks herself more beautiful. Ma Duobao let out a sigh of relief. This stage was passed at last. He looked towards Ling Han, waved his hand, and said, Tanned brother, since you've come, why not get together? Ling Han looked towards Feng Peiyun, who nodded his head. They'd originally decided to meet with Ma Duobao anyway. The 4 of them leapt down, while Shuang also jumped down like she wasn't a stranger and walked along with them. Fatty Ma, hee, respects to your majesty. Ling Han cupped his hands in obeisance. Stop it, you aren't subjects of my empire, no need to be overly courteous, Ma Duobao said with a smile. His gaze stopped shortly on Feng Peiyun, but was fixed on Shuang. His dragon robe swayed, vein-like patterns glowed, as he seemed about to attack. Chapter 693, Swarm of Monsters. Reverie _Henyi. Your Majesty, allow this king. Lunar King rushed forth. Although your Majesty turned into a damned fatty, your Majesty is still my emperor after all. So how could this king allow your Majesty to personally attack? Beloved General. Ma Duobao couldn't help but be moved. This king hates the most women that are both beautiful and strong. Lunar King went on. The corner of Ma Duobao's mouth twitched. Beloved General, it would be fine if you just consoled this emperor, but why must you lay it bare? Shuang giggled, and said, although this lady considers herself the #1 beauty in the world, compared to this girl, I'm way far off. Aren't you targeting the wrong person? She pointed at Xu Xiu. Lunar King looked at Xu Xiu and couldn't help but be stunned, and said, Your Majesty, this girl is exceedingly beautiful, why not take her as the empress? Hee, this is Tanned Brother's wife, how could this emperor seize someone else's fancy? Ma Duobao said with a smile. He looked at Yi Shuang and said, you have a scent that doesn't belong to this world. TSK, the big fatty is not simple as expected. Yi Shuang didn't deny it, and said, you guys are old antiques buried for several hundred millennia, and this lady's been locked for several hundred millennia, about the same. Damn, all at freakish level. You give this emperor a sense of danger, Ma Duobao said solemnly. This emperor feels that all my strength would be needed to suppress you. Lunar King was shocked, since she knew just how powerful her emperor's strength was. Yi Shuang waved her hand in a rush, and said, don't, this lady has no ambitions and no ill intent, just strolling casually, harmless to anyone. No need to care about this lady. Oh. Ling Han rolled his eyes. Hee. Yi Shuang laughed dryly. You're an exception. Come, Tanned Brother, drink with this emperor. This emperor believes you should have many questions, Ma Duobao said with a smile. Everyone entered the imperial palace. Ma Duobao ordered people to set up a feast in the middle of the imperial garden. He sat in the host's seat and then seated Feng Peyun, Ling Han and the others from there, while Lunar King sat at the last seat. Tanned Brother, what do you have to ask this emperor? Ling Han thought shortly, and said, what period are you guys from exactly? Hee, this'll be kept a secret for the time being. Ma Duobao shook his head. When this emperor's 8 kings all come into the world and unify the world, you'll realize naturally. Feng Peyun interrupted, when I was in the desolate north, I encountered a silver-colored great spider that reached the strongest level of this world, and its battle prowess is possibly nearing god level. Oh. Ma Duobao's eyes lit up. This emperor just so happens to be missing a mount. Ha, a damned fatty riding a spider, that scene would definitely be funny. Lunar King immediately pulled the rug out. That large spider oversees an ancient land, the bottom of which is an ancient mausoleum buried with at least several hundred shattering void tears that are dead but not extinguished, as if they turned into some sort of dead spirit, Feng Peyun continued. Ma Duobao instantly revealed a cautious look and began to ponder. Lunar King's beautiful eyes turned as she said, Your Majesty, could these people have cultivated the underworld's mystic arts to become gods as corpses? Extremely possible. Ma Duobao nodded. This is somewhat troublesome. What's to become gods as corpses? Ling Han asked. In this world, one can't become a god anymore, or else there'd be great calamity. Ma Duobao looked towards Feng Peyun. Brother Feng should have sensed it long ago, right? That's right. Feng Peyun nodded. There's a killing formation laid by the divine realm, not allowing mortals to become gods. Ma Duobao appeared somewhat shocked, and said, Never expected you guys to already know so many secrets. He paused momentarily, and then went on, but some people take another path since they can't enter this divine realm, why not enter another divine realm? What? Ling Han and Feng Peyun both cried out, and only Yi Shuang didn't find it strange at all, just as if she already knew. Another divine realm, normally called the underworld. Ma Duobao said. That's a country of dead spirits, the opposite of life, the other side of a mirror. 2 divine realms are of the same level, but according to the information that this emperor received, the 2 divine realms are constantly fighting, both trying to devour the other side. Ling Han and Feng Peyun were both speechless, slowly accepting this shocking information. This emperor doesn't understand much about either of the 2 divine realms, but after crossing over Shattering Void Tier and Shattering the Void, martial artists enter the divine realm in the traditional sense, and only the body of dead spirits will enter the underworld, Ma Duobao continued. Then those people in the mausoleum should have utilized the Meridian Underground to turn their bodies into the body of dead spirits so as to enter the underworld. Ma Duobao frowned, and said, When the underworld and this realm connect, there will definitely be underworld chi that enters this realm. This is complete disaster for normal living spirits, an extremely terrifying thing. Ling Han also sighed. Now that would be really troublesome. He pondered, and said, Your Majesty, split. He cut towards the sky, and said, Could you explain the specifics? Ma Duobao laughed, and said, Then let's call it cut cake. He contemplated shortly, and said, Cut cake is not only a great responsibility, but also a great fortune. Fortune? Ling Han echoed. One is life, second is fortune, third is geomancy, Ma Duobao said. Life as in natal horoscope, destined at birth. This is what the heavens have arranged for you, and you can never escape what's destined. Just like some people can be emperors and some people can't, it's precisely for not having sufficient natal horoscope that they can't sit in this position. He looked at Ling Han, and said, But, Tanned brother, your natal horoscope is extremely strange, just as if someone defied the heavens and changed your life, not belonging to this world. The heavens can't control you. No wonder this lady felt this brat a little strange, so that explains it. Yi Shuang Shuang hit the table abruptly, jolting the bowls and chopsticks. Huh, are you not a person of this realm? Birthed in this realm, one would be influenced by this world's heaven and earth, and one's natal horoscope would be decided by the heavens. And who knew? Her natal horoscope is unfathomable, and destiny undetermined, Ma Duobao continued. You two seem to have jumped out of the river of heaven and earth and are no longer the fish within it, no longer influenced by this world. However, a realm has its rules. Ma Duobao brought the topic back. A realm exists for its own reason. Just like if you forged a sword, if you wanted to destroy it, you might be hurt by the blade instead. Not to mention, this world's heaven and earth formed their own rules, and naturally wouldn't be willingly destroyed. So, to cut cake, one must make an enemy of heaven and earth. But, if cutting the cake can truly succeed, then this realm would rise into a higher level. This is an enormous deed and the so-called fortune. At that time, with fortune's blessing, the one who cuts cake will undergo an earth-shaking transformation, even possibly surpassing divine horoscopes by several times. Ling Han was curious, and inquired, Then what's the deal with power of the nation? Where the common people's aspirations are, all endeavors will be successful, and against the hearts of the common people, all endeavors will fail, Ma Duobao said with a smile. After establishing a country, there will be common aspirations of the people, and these aspirations are a type of faith, and also a type of power. With everyone supporting you, you will receive the blessing of the power of the nation and possess several times, even 10 or 700 times, the power surpassing your own as long as you can endure it. If you lose their support, the power of the nation would have the opposite effect, and encumber your strength. Chapter 694, Xu Xiu Ran comes out to travel the world. Reverie _ Henyi. Power of the nation, a double-edged sword. If you governed a country so that it was peaceful and prosperous, the power of the nation would be positive energy, allowing your strength to skyrocket. However, if you were a tyrant that incited seething dissent of the people, the power of the nation would be negative energy, not only unable to bring about supplemental effects, but also bringing about a decrease in strength instead. So, the 5 great sects didn't use the power of the nation despite knowing its benefits, because when refining the realm pill, people would obviously be in dissension and disunity, which would cause a terrifying end, directly affecting the quality of the realm pill. Tanned brother, now do you wish to give this emperor a hand? Ma Duobao said, full of smiles and somewhat anticipating the answer. Those who jumped out of the river of destiny were too rarely seen, and there was also 2 of them, just as if by some mysterious and inexorable arrangement. Ling Han contemplated, and said, I'm still going back to the Restore Heaven Academy to strive to get more people to separate from under the control of the 5 great sects, and when the time is ripe, I'll bring them to the Purple Moon Empire. Good. Ma Duobao clapped and laughed loudly, appearing extremely happy. Then this emperor will bestow you the title of the 9th king. Don't. Ling Han waved his hand hurriedly. I've no interest, and want to worship a fatty like you even less. It's better to just be a wild crane with no abode, free and unrestrained. Lunar King giggled, looked at Ling Han, and said, This king likes people like you. I don't allow you to like Nyo's Ling Han. Hu Nyo was tight, immediately hugging Ling Han and glaring at Lunar King. Everyone, for everyone's future, please lend this emperor a hand, Ma Duo Bao said solemnly. Feng Peyun and Ling Han both nodded, while Yi Shuang yawned, appearing unenthused and uninterested. Your Majesty, with the 5 great sects' accumulation over 10 millennia, shattering void-tier elites would be in the hundreds. Are there any countermeasures? Ling Han asked. Ma Duo Bao appeared full of confidence and said, among this emperor's 8 kings, each can rival 10 alone. This emperor has no worries in this aspect. If there are 2 things that need worrying about, one is when the divine realm will act, and the second is those people that cultivated the underworld's mystic art. The 1,000 Corpse sect also can't be underestimated, Ling Han said. No matter, without over 10 millennia of accumulation, the 1,000 Corpse sect can only be said to be ordinary. Ma Duo Bao didn't care at all. Come, drink, drink. Everyone drank wine, and no longer spoke about splitting open the sky. Ling Han asked Small Tower on the inside, my natal horoscope had been changed, was that your tampering? There was no need for me to tamper with it. You're a fusion of 2 souls, so the natal horoscope would naturally change, Small Tower said insipidly. Moreover, this world's rules aren't complete, and to change natal horoscope is easy as turning a palm. No need to be surprised. Not being surprised would be strange. There are many secrets you haven't told me, right? Ling Han suddenly said. Small Tower was silent momentarily, and said, when you need to know, you'll naturally be told. Damn, this spirit tool was hiding things as expected. Ling Han had no other way. Although he was Black Tower's master, he still had to receive the support of Small Tower, or else he could only watch helplessly. This divine tool evidently didn't acknowledge him completely, and, strictly speaking, he was now only borrowing it. You're a great tool bullying its master, how treacherous and insubordinate. Hee. Small Tower gave him face and at least laughed, but no longer paid attention to him. Ling Han and Ma Duo Bao talked for a long while. He told Ma Duo Bao about the things he'd found out from Xu Xiu, and Ma Duo Bao also wasn't stingy in sharing some things crucial to splitting the skies and utilizing the power of the nation. Afterwards, Lunar King also led an army into battle, speeding up Purple Moon Empire's expansion's pace. This empire had conferred 8 powerful kings in the distant past, and 4 had already been found, while the other 4 were buried who knew where underground. Since too much time had passed, just like how Ling Han couldn't find Boundless Mountain, Ma Duo Bao finding his 8 kings also wasn't an easy thing. More importantly, it wasn't just 10 millennia since the 8 kings were buried, and the lay of the land had changed. Even if the burial locations at the time were found, the people might not even be discovered, or, perhaps they were buried several hundred miles into the ground due to earthquakes. Ling Han set out along with Lunar King, and when he arrived at Purple Moon Empire's border, he then turned to travel towards the Restore Heaven Academy. Yi Shuang and Feng Peyun fought a battle while Ling Han took advantage of it to slip away. However, this female devil probably wouldn't give up. Purple Moon Empire's 3 kings were invincible in their path, and already took down about 1/10 of Middle States area. In terms of territory alone, the Purple Moon Empire was entirely deserving of the number 1 force. But in the world of martial arts, strong or not was not based on territory, but rather the amount and quality of elites. The 5 great sects' resistance also grew stronger. Heavenly Astral King's advancement's pace was already greatly affected, and now a great deal of time and a big price needed to be paid to take down a city. Moreover, it was unstable conquest. When they left after conquest, maybe the next moment the top of the city would change to a different flag. In such an atmosphere, Ling Han returned to the Restore Heaven Academy. When everyone saw Ling Han, everyone pointed their fingers at him, the fierce man who slayed Small Saber King. However, many people's gazes weren't filled with reverence, but rather rejoicing at someone's misfortune. When Ling Han saw Li Big Mouth, he finally knew why. Xu Xiu Ran came out to travel the world. He still hadn't arrived at the Restore Heaven Academy, and was toughening himself along the way, challenging various reputable figures, amongst which was no lack of deity transformation tier elites, but all were cut down with a single saber strike of his without any exception. And this person's cultivation was shockingly still at the spiritual infant tier. Another freak had appeared. Comparatively, small Saber King was indeed very far off from him. Xu Xiu Ran already had spoken that the moment he arrived at Restore Heaven Academy, it would be the day that Ling Han was beheaded. Now, the 5 great sect's disciples were all longing for Xu Xiu Ran to arrive to slay Ling Han so as to re-establish the 5 great sect's prestige. Hearing this, Ling Han simply smiled faintly. He was now open-minded, and the things he thought of were no longer about striving to prevail over others, but rather about the entire world, so how could he care about a mere Xu Xiu Ran? However, this didn't mean that Ling Han would let down his guard. He was simply too confident in himself, and in a fight on the same tier, how could he lose to anyone? At this moment, a surprising piece of news spread from the front lines. The Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects' fierce battle shattered a fragment of heaven and earth, revealing the entrance to a historic site. Now, the 2 armies temporarily decided on an armistice, dispatching experts into the historic site to search for the treasures inside. Being able to make 2 completely incompatible forces lay down their weapons and enter a historic site to find treasures, what amazing treasures could be hidden inside? After the news spread, Restore Heaven Academy's students set out one after another towards the historic site. Things like opportunities were of unrelated to strength, but hinged on one's personal fortune. Ling Han obviously also departed. As his tier became higher and higher, his need for worldly treasures was also greater and greater. The improvement of the indestructible Heaven Scroll and the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body art needed vast amounts of worldly treasures to support. True treasured pills had to be refined, and he also needed even higher ranking ingredients, which was what was lacking in the Black Tower at the moment. Chapter 695, Counting Geniuses. Reverie _ Henyi. Say, brother-in-law, you'd better be careful. Xu Xiu Ran also changed route to the Mystery Realm, and he let out word that he'd handle you. You'd best slow down a few days before moving. Li Fengyu soon appeared before Ling Han, and the result of his talking cheap was being glared at by his sister and disliked by Hu Niu and Zhu Xian'er. Ling Han waved his hand, and said, "First of all, I'm not your sister's husband, and second, why should I go around that Xu Xiu Ran? Are you that unconfident in me?" Li Fengyu raised his fists, and said, "No, not unconfident, but when 2 tigers are fighting each other, one will definitely be hurt. I'm just being considerate for you, brother-in-law. Wait till our strength suppresses his in the future, then we'll give that guy a sound thrashing." Ling Han sighed, and said, "In the future, don't say that I know a craven and cowardly guy like you." "What, how am I cowardly?" Li Fengyu hurriedly cried out, aggrieved. "At the time of facing Yuan Shenghe, wasn't it I who charged out first?" "All right, a real man doesn't boast about his past glory." "You do have some courage," Ling Han said with a smile. "I truly want to see this Xu Xiu Ran's strength." In the same tier, he still hadn't encountered a rival, and truly hoped this Xu Xiu Ran could give him some appetite for a challenge. Li Fengyu couldn't help but be gloomy. He was obviously advising Ling Han not to get into a conflict with Xu Xiu Ran, so why did it become his fanning flames instead? Dong Linger and Yao Huiyu can't be underestimated either, Zhu Xian'er said seriously. "These few days, I've asked around about them. Dong Linger is Cloud Phoenix Sect's current generation's most exceptional genius, but acts very low-key. If it weren't for someone trying to harass her when she was out training, drawing out a spiritual infant tier elite who was beheaded by her instead, it's possible that no one would know of her name even now." "Killing a spiritual infant tier?" Ling Han said. "Seemed like nothing rare." Yes, at the time she was only in the Flower Blossom tier, and that spiritual infant tier warrior was a veteran elite that was already known for over 100 years, and surely already reached the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, Zhu Xian'er said seriously. "Another super genius who could battle surpassing tiers, and one who could cross a great tier at that. And Yao Huiyu? He doesn't seem that freakish, right?" Ling Han said with a smile. He doesn't indeed, but Heaven's Sword Sect's #1 genius isn't Yao Huiyu, but a freak who hasn't stepped out of the sect gates and is rumored to be constantly focused on cultivating in Heaven's Sword Sect's sword bathing spring, just like Xu Xiu Ran, Xu Xiu Ran said. She didn't have freakish martial arts talent like Hunyao, but she displayed her powerful charisma and discovered many secrets, helping Ling Han in this way. Ling Han became interested, and said, "What's his name?" "Zhang Mo, people call him Small Sword Emperor," Xu Xian said. "Small Sword Emperor?" Ling Han was slightly shocked. Being able to be called Small Sword Emperor was a rare honor. 10 millennia ago, there was a Sword Emperor who indeed was an exceptional genius, comprehending the Sword Heart at the Heaven tier, while according to Feng Piyun's statement, Sword Heart could only be formed at the Shattering Void tier. Of course, there were also exceptions. For example, Ling Han's teacher at Huyang Academy, who was called the Great Good-for-Nothing, had never experienced the 2 stages of Sword Chi and Sword Ray, but was 1 step away from Sword Heart. Apparently, Sword Emperor was also an exception, and grasped the Sword Heart at the Heaven tier, and possibly even earlier, having extremely shocking talent. The Heaven Sword Sect was also had numerous talents. Yao Huiyu claimed to be the world's 2nd best sword, while Zhang Mo was the Small Sword Emperor. He hadn't seen Zhang Mo yet, but Yao Huiyu was indeed exceptionally talented. If Zhang Mo was more freakish than him, then Zhang Mo would be a formidable adversary. The Heaven Sword Sect, the Absolute Saber Sect, and the Cloud Phoenix Sect all have superb disciples. It's best to believe that the Earth Dragon Sect and the Azure Thunder Sect also have them. The time of settling accounts after 10 millennia is about to arrive, and martial arts also welcomed a great era of prosperity, with geniuses appearing in large numbers, Ling Han said. As for the Earth Dragon Sect, their super genius is called Jia Ming. He is an extremely bloodthirsty person said to be cultivating in remote mountains, Xu Xian said. Ling Han nodded, and said, "I've heard of this name." Back when Wenren Xian appeared, everyone discussed animatedly, bringing up Jia Ming, whom everyone feared greatly. A person in the Azure Thunder Sect claims to be the Son of Thunder, whose true name is unknown, but they are rumored to be more talented than Lang Yatian, Xu Xian went on. Ling Han chuckled, and said, "Compared to the 5 great sects' deep roots, these things are all minor." At the period when the martial arts environment was fading, Shattering Void tier elites could still emerge from the 5 great sects, and those would definitely be ones who were superbly talented. 10 millennia's accumulation on top of the time liquid, their deep roots were unimaginable. "No fear, Nyo can defeat them all," Hu Nyo said in a sweet voice. Everyone laughed, but Ling Han nodded. When Hu Nyo reached the Shattering Void tier, with this little girl's freakishness, she really could sweep the elites of all paths. After more than 10 days, they arrived at Wisp City. This was where the Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects stood opposite each other, and both parties fought several fierce battles outside the city. Purple Moon Empire's army was powerful, while the 5 great sects had countless elites and had advantage in individual strength, at last blocking Purple Moon Empire's army here. The Purple Moon Empire still had 4 kings that hadn't been excavated, but the 5 great sects might not have unleashed their true deep-rooted powers. Now, Wisp City still belonged to the 5 great sects, while Purple Moon Empire's army was stationed outside the city. This great army belonged to Flame King, but Flame King and several high-level generals already entered the historic site, where the 5 great sects also had sent large amounts of experts. In the outside world, the 4 kings that came into the world could currently use power of the nation to greatly increase their own battle prowess, but it might not be the case inside the historic site. That wasn't Purple Moon Empire's territory, so power of the nation couldn't come into effect. Ling Han stood on top the city and watched, seeing that the historic site was a great lake, or rather had once been a great lake, but now it had become a massive pit, unfathomably deep. Purple Moon Empire's great army was stationed 10 miles around the massive pit. Although the king that had kept watch already left, the entire army was still serious and without any signs of disorder. Inside the city were many martial artists from all over the world. They were forming parties at the moment, searching for people with roughly the same strength to enter the historic site together. Those who were too strong couldn't do, since if any treasures were really found, they'd be doing the work, and those who were too weak wouldn't be of any help. Ling Han's group obviously didn't need to form a party. When they arrived at the massive pit, they saw another group of people that just happened to arrive at the same time, headed precisely by the graceful Wenren Xian. It's Brother Ling. Wenren Xian greeted by lowering her stance. Fairy Xian, I'm Li Fengyu, and I've spoken to you 37 times at the academy, and you've responded 3 times. Li Fengyu immediately approached, appearing extremely eager. Wenren Xian simply kept a reserved manner as she was obviously completely uninterested in Li Fengyu, and said, Brother Ling, let's explore the historic site together. All right. Li Fengyu immediately responded, and glanced at Ling Han with a hopeful gaze, pitiful and imploring. Chapter 696, Earth Dragon Sect's Number 1 Genius. Reverie _ Henyi. Ling Han shook his head inwardly. Ling Fengyu looked to be delusional as the other party didn't pay attention to him at all. However, he still nodded, and said, okay. Anyway, there were already a few more people, so what was a few more? Wenren Xian smiled sweetly. She was actually also a person of proud disposition, and the suggestion of forming companionship with Ling Han wasn't to curry on Ling Han, but to strongly complement each other, believing that they, the 2 great elites, cooperating should be unstoppably at least amongst the younger generation. Please, Brother Ling. Please, Lady Wenren. The 2 parties were about to land in the massive pit, but Ling Han paused slightly and looked in the distance. There was a person quickly approaching, looking as if a brutish ancient beast wherever his foot trod, the ground would rumble and cracks appear, spreading in all directions. Wenren Xian's delicate face immediately turned gloomy, appearing displeased, and those by her side turned pale as even their bodies involuntarily began to quiver. Jia Ming, someone finally said with a tremble. Pung. When he'd said those words, the person from afar already dashed over and released a punch, the speed of which was surprisingly fast to the point that Ling Han and Wenren Xian couldn't stop it in time. Instantly, the person that had just spoken was sent flying, bleeding across the skish was actually killed with a single punch. The person from afar stood still. He was a youngster that looked to be at most 21 to 22 years old, his figure extremely big and tall. His upper body was bare, and he only had a beast's skin wrapped around his lower body. He was barefoot, and his dark long hair draped over his shoulders, fluttering in the wind, making him appear bold and unconstrained. His entire body was bulky muscles, highly bulging out as if made of rocks. His eyes were like electricity, and a bloody and primitive presence was emitted all over his body, making him look as if a vicious beast. On top of his figure that was a head taller than normal people, he gave people a powerful oppressive feeling. How dare you to call me by my name, courting death, this youngster said coldly, his voice chilly as if that of a god of slaughter. Jia Ming, the most talented amongst the younger generation in the Earth Dragon Sect. Jia Ming, you've gone too far. Wenren Xian reprimanded him. One of her own people was beaten, so she had to get back justice for him, or else how could she still qualify to be the leader? Would there still be any underling that followed a boss that couldn't protect another underling? Jia Ming's gaze looked towards Wenren Xian. His beast-like face revealed a smile as he said, Xian, I've finally caught up to you. I'm not too late, right? He then looked at the others, and his face turned gloomy again, his eyes emitting ominous glint as he said, what are you good for nothing still standing here for? Hurry up and get lost. Jia Ming, you've killed one of my men. Wenren Xian raised her voice. Just a good for nothing, I killed him and that's all. Xian, now you have my protection, what do you need these useless people for? Jia Ming cracked a smile, but he had a naturally vicious countenance, and this smile didn't feel cordial in the least. It was just like a normal person being targeted by a lion when the lion opened its mouth. They definitely wouldn't feel that the lion was expressing its favorable impression, but rather that it was going to eat them. Seeing everyone still standing there, Jia Ming's expression turned gloomy once again as he said, in 3 breaths, If there's still someone in my field of vision, I'll kill him. Although everyone felt Jia Ming was domineering, what made people more depressed was his extremely formidable strength, and he was also Earth Dragon Sect's most exceptional genius in this generation. Even if there was someone who was stronger than him, would they dare kill him? Wouldn't they fear Earth Dragon Sect's retaliation? Jia Ming could kill people without a care, but they couldn't, inherently standing in an inferior position. Let alone the vast difference in battle prowess, once they attacked, it would be a situation of certain death. They retreated one after another, deciding to leave Wenren Xian, the source of calamity. On one side, Wenren Xian was indeed an exceptional talent amongst the younger generation, and secondly, she was beautiful like a fairy. A man would always have some ideas inside, and before seeing Jia Ming, these geniuses considered themselves extremely highly and assumed they wouldn't lose, thus gathering near her. But now that Jia Ming stood in front of them, they immediately trembled within, not even having the courage to fight. Beauties were good, but no better than their own lives. Besides, Wenren Xian didn't promise them anything, so giving their lives up for this would be too foolish. Jia Ming. Wenren Xian angrily rebuked, her hands shaking not in fear, but in fury. At the entire scene, only Ling Han's group didn't retreat. Xu Xiu Ran and the others were obviously led by Ling Han, and Ling Han didn't retreat, so they obviously also didn't retreat. Although Li Fengyu wanted to run to the side and lay low, Jia Ming's presence was almost palpable, making him feel like he was targeted by a brutish ancient beast. It was too unbearable in a short while, and a layer of cold sweat surfaced on his back. Jia Ming's gaze swept by Ling Han and the others, and when he saw Xu Xiu Ran, he couldn't help but pause as his gaze lit up. He pointed over with his finger and said, "This girl also stays, the others all get lost." He looked at Xu Xiu Ran, not at all concealing the possessive look in his eyes. He was like a lion king on the grasslands, and all the lioness were his property. Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "Get lost, the degree of difficulty is a little high. Hunyo, do you know how to get lost?" Nyo doesn't know. Hunyo spread out her hands in a gesture. Ling Han looked towards Jia Ming again, and said, "Look, everyone doesn't know, how about you demonstrate it for us?" Jia Ming's gaze finally moved away from Xu Xiu Ran. He looked at Ling Han, and after a while, he said, "You're very strong. Should I be overwhelmed with your flattery?" Ling Han said with a smile. "But, in the same age segment, no one is my match." Jia Ming then said haughtily, appearing full of confidence, "I can take you as a follower. Follow me in the future and you'll have the chance to run in a vaster world." Ling Han picked his ears, and said, "How truly arrogant. I'm already quite arrogant, but there's someone more arrogant than me. This makes me feel quite out of sorts. Hunyo, someone made me feel terrible, what to do? Beat him, torture him, trample him." Hunyo waved her fists viciously, looking like a small tiger. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "All right, then it's settled." Jia Rong's expression was baleful and cold. As a terrifying aura spread, he was like a roused lion, making people feel chills. He said indifferently, "Rejecting my good intentions will only be courting your own destruction. Brother-in-law, can I go lay low on the side first? I think a chronic problem has broken out, breathing's a little difficult," Li Fengyu said in a low voice. "Shoo!" Hunyo threw a kick and sent Li Fengyu flying. "You bring shame to Nyo, too useless." Ling Han looked steadily forward, and also said indifferently, "Using what you've said, in the same age segment, no one can jump around in front of me." "Ha ha ha ha." Jia Ming laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering wildly. He clenched his fists, his bones letting out crackling sounds as if thunder, making Xu Xiu Ran and Li Zixian turn pale. His presence was really too powerful. Chapter 697, Clash of Physical Arts. Reverie _ Henyi. Duo. Ling Han roared loudly. Like a blossoming clap of spring thunder, it instantly dispersed Jia Ming's oppressive presence. You must cultivate physical arts, right? Jia Ming said to Ling Han, and without waiting for Ling Han to respond, he then continued on all by himself, I also cultivate physical arts. Might as well tell you, everyone in the Earth Dragon sect cultivates physical arts. This is what's different about our sect. He paused shortly, then went on, telling you this is to let you know, if your confidence originates from physical arts, that's an unrealistic delusion. The physical art I cultivate is Earth Dragon chant. After mastering it, one would possess the power of an Earth Dragon, crushing everything. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh, and said, when the world first came to be, tens of thousands of divine beasts evolved, and the strongest divine beast is the true dragon and true phoenix, so what ranks the Earth Dragon? He cultivated 9 dragons tyrant art, and didn't even boast of being able to possess the power of 9 true dragons. You only possess the power of 1 Earth Dragon, so what heck does that even count for? Moreover, it was also because no one mastered it, or else he'd be able to blow Jia Ming to the ends of earth with a breath. Jia Ming snorted, and said, everyone assumes the true dragon to be superior, yet they don't know that the Earth Dragon doesn't lose out to the true dragon at all. Ling Han waved his hand, and said, now you're changing to disputing the divine beast ranks with me? Jia Ming cracked a smile and revealed 2 rows of thick white teeth. The upper 2 canine teeth stuck out like the fangs of a beast, appearing quite shocking. He said, of course not, I only want you to know just how powerful the Earth Dragon is. And I possess the powerful Earth Dragon's bloodline, and every other day, my ancestral blood will recover a little, becoming stronger and stronger. Hunyo suddenly clapped her small hands and shouted in a realization, aren't Earth Dragons earthworms? Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, that's right. We're now listening to a small earthworm brag all the way to the heavens. Everyone smiled, while Hunyo laughed loudly. She always gave Ling Han the most face. Jia Ming reached out with his right hand, with veins pulsating and blood surging with a gurgling sound. Hong, his head full of black hair curled backwards, and blood-red qi erupted from within his body as if something terrifying was about to awaken. Ling Han was slightly shocked. This person's blood surged like thunder, showing his surprising attainments in physical arts. In terms of the level of arts, the 9 dragons tyrant art was definitely higher than the Earth Dragon chant, but before cultivating them to the extremes, it was hard to tell which of the 2 was better. It was just like the extreme of one was 100 and the other was 1000. Before reaching 100, the Earth Dragon chant wouldn't be inferior to the 9 dragons tyrant art. The difference lay in that the 9 dragons tyrant art could allow Ling Han to reach 100 faster. The 2 were both in the spiritual infant tier, and obviously far from reaching the extreme, so Ling Han definitely couldn't underestimate the other party. Ling Han stepped out from the crowd and also twisted his neck and moved his hands and feet. Pa, 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 the bones all over his body also let out loud crackles as his blood sped up in circulation, gurgling like thunder. Body arts were different from origin power. Before using brute force, a warm-up process was needed so as to completely unleash the power. Battle in the skies, Ling Han said faintly. Unexpectedly, Jia Ming refused. What, you still care about the lives of mere ants? Xiao, he sprung, and his figure instantly accelerated to an extreme, punching at Ling Han. Explosive power was a part of brute force, and the speed of this jump was really no inferior to Ling Han's thunderclap 9th heaven. Of course, precisely because this was an explosive burst, it was only momentary, and the high speed couldn't possibly be maintained constantly, otherwise, Jia Ming's bones, blood, and flesh would scatter, unable to bear the burden. However, this wasn't applicable to Ling Han, because he also cultivated indestructible heaven scroll, and his physique was comparable to metal that was 1 tier higher, enough to endure countless such bursts. Ling Han snorted, and also clenched his fist tightly, aiming it towards Jia Ming. Pang! The 2 fists collided, and the air instantly formed ripples, spreading in all directions. Pang, 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 the ground seemed to have been rooted up as the terrifying power swirled and spread to the surroundings. Pang, 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 Xu Xian Air and the others were all sent flying. Fortunately, Hu Niu and Wenren Xian were looking after them, so everyone only appeared disorderly, but didn't suffer injuries. Wenren Xian couldn't help but look at Hu Niu a few times. Although she already knew that Hu Niu was freakish, but personally witnessing it was still shocking. A 7 to 8-year-old little girl was actually a spiritual infant tier elite and had the ability to battle surpassing tiers, deeply unfathomable. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ling Han and Jia Ming battled, clashing with punch after punch, and battling in close quarters, each move and style extremely critical. Because there wasn't the slightest buffer, once one fell short in power, one would be immediately struck, and break a bone at best, and at worst, die right away. Everyone watched anxiously, but separated by dust and smoke, they couldn't see anything. They had to keep retreating since the aftershock was too terrifying, enough to pose a threat to them. Only Hu Niu was fully confident in Ling Han and began to eat carefreely, not at all worried. The fierce battle continued for a few minutes, and suddenly there was no movement. Then, a figure soared into the sky, standing there loftily. Huh, exciting. Exciting. It was Jia Ming. His head full of black hair fluttered wildly, fully displaying his wild and intractable presence. You're the first person to make me brawl so satisfyingly, so today I'll spare your life. But, you have to improve faster. My ancestral blood is being restored every day, the speed of improvement in strength is beyond your imagination. Otherwise, you won't be an opponent worthy of 3 punches next time. His figure soared back down, and Xiu entered a deep pit, instantly disappearing in that black space. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ling Han also walked out in large strides. The pulsating qi and blood all over his body slowly regained calm as if a roaming true dragon returned to its den, no longer displaying any peculiarities. His expression was stern, while his gaze contained an intense fighting spirit. Chapter 698 Entry Reverie _ Henyi. Next time? Ling Han smiled faintly. Jia Ming retreated on his own, obviously uncertain that he could win, or else would he let go of Wenren Xian and Xu Xiu Ran? However, the two clashed with pure brute force just now, and on top of origin power and arts and skills, the situation would change again. Ling Han smiled confidently. No matter whether it was a match in origin power or physical power, he was invincible in the same tier. If battle prowess was fully unleashed, whom would he need to fear, having grasped 3 mystical powers? Brother Ling is truly a talent blessed by the heavens, being able to rival the 5 great sects' most outstanding disciples. Xian gives her respects. Wenren Xian said with a smile, her beautiful eyes shining. She didn't have any special thoughts about Ling Han, and rather only wanted to make friends with such a genius. Otherwise, since Jia Ming pursued her so much, she only had to act slightly intimate to gain a helping hand. Ling Han laughed and said, "Let's go, we should also enter." "Ah, Pa, you guys are heartless, leaving Uncle Rabbit behind again." A white figure flashed by, and the rabbit could be seen leaping over from afar, holding a carrot in its mouth. It was unknown as to why it could still speak so fluently. Regarding the rabbit being able to talk, this was already not some secret in the Restore Heaven Academy. A few great figures in the academy explicitly said that no one was allowed to have any ideas about the rabbit, making the rabbit appear extremely mysterious. Thus, although it committed all sorts of evil, stealing countless spirit medicine, it still got away unpunished, and no one sought it to settle accounts. The 5 great sects obviously recognized the rabbit's identity. This was one of the special beings that would be spared suffering in the settling, so what was stealing a bit of spirit medicine? With a smile, Ling Han said, "You seemed like a fish in the water at the academy, that's why we didn't call you." "Pa, those brats all ran, and the water's gone, so how can Uncle Rabbit be like a fish in water?" The rabbit was greatly displeased. "Alright, the historic site is below. Maybe there'll be spirit medicine. You came just in time to lend us your dog nose to sniff around," Ling Han said. "Pa, you're the dog nose, your entire family is dog nose." Ah. The rabbit lost its bearings and was bitten by Hu Niu on the butt, hurting it such that it shot up and fell straight into the deep pit. "You hurt your Uncle Rabbit like hell." Its scream came from deep within the pit, but each word was further than the previous, the speaker apparently falling at a surprising speed. Ling Han pulled Xu Xiu Ran's hand and leapt towards the massive pit. Xiu, 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 the others also leapt down one after another. Wenren Xian let out a slight breath of relief. She seemed to have recruited quite a few people, but at critical moment, all still depended on one's heart. No one greeted the enemy alongside her, and she couldn't be bothered to call those people back. She took a stride and fell swiftly into the massive pit. Ling Han embraced Xu Xiu Ran, while this exceptional beauty hugged him back tightly like an octopus. Her delicate face was filled with a dreamy look, enjoying his manly presence. This look was truly alluring. Ling Han almost couldn't bear it and wanted to take Xu Xiu Ran into the Black Tower, pushing down this charming stunner. He forcibly endured it, and after flying down swiftly for a long distance, he seemed to have entered a slush, instantly slowing down, and then speeding up again. At the same time, a field of brightness appeared before him. They actually entered into a new world. At the bottom was a stretch of grassland with verdant grass, firmament trees, and rising and falling mountain ridges in the distance. Pu, Piu, Piu, the people behind also appeared one after another. In front, Hunyao was still biting on the rabbit's tail, while the rabbit screamed and screamed. "This historic site is actually a special space," everyone said. If it weren't so, the space here could indeed be large, but the environment definitely couldn't be so. Looking up from here, floating clouds and a sun hanging above could be seen, but sensing it, one would know that it wasn't a real sun, and instead an inextinguishable giant fireball. It was just that the distance from here was still considerably far, so it looked like a sun. "A great handiwork," Ling Han exclaimed. It wasn't that he hadn't entered a special space before. For example, the Devil Sky Mystery Realm and the other 12 Heaven Mystery Realms were all worlds that were forcibly excavated by the mighty, refining them into small worlds. However, still being able to see a sun in a small world, this one was a first. No wonder the Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects temporarily stopped fighting and entered here first, Xu Xiu Ran said with a nod. She was reluctant to part from Ling Han's embrace, her eyes so bewitching they made Ling Han feel insatiable, having the urge to eat her. "Now, where should we go?" Li Zixian asked. Ling Han pointed at the fake sun, and said, "Let's follow the sun." "Yes." Everyone nodded. Since there wasn't a clear direction, it would be better to follow a clear mark. After all, this wasn't really a sun, and wouldn't be too ridiculously large. The rabbit and Hunyao caught up to the party. The rabbit constantly stroked its butt as it hadn't been bitten for a long time, making it somewhat lose its sense of measure, and it had now been adequately reminded. "This place is so large." They flew near the ground, and their speed was already surprisingly fast, but after a long while, it was still all verdant grass, and from time to time a mountain peak would appear. Hong! Ahead, the sounds of a battle suddenly could be heard, but would immediately disappear. This was a path they had to pass. Ling Han and the others didn't change directions, but the battle prowess of the two parties couldn't be distinguished by simply listening to the movements, and making a detour because of this would be being too cautious. They soon arrived where the battle had taken place. The ground had many deep pits, showing that though the battle earlier hadn't lasted long, it was very intense. Ling Han punched out casually and a pit immediately appeared on the ground. Everyone was shocked, because the pit that Ling Han had punched out was far from as large as the other pits. Although Ling Han had only casually unleashed an attack, it could also be seen that both parties in the battle earlier were definitely extremely powerful beings. "The one before us should be Jia Ming," Ling Han inferred. "This person is quite conceited, yet didn't continue fighting." Clearly, the opponent was very strong, and very likely to have been stronger than him. "The enemy Jia Ming has encountered here should be chasing him now," Wenren Xian said, following his train of thought. "If Jia Ming escapes, then it'll be our turn to encounter this formidable enemy." Li Fengyu shivered. An existence that even Jia Ming had to run from. He was obviously even less qualified to resist it. *T, don't jinx it, the rabbit berated him. Then, an extremely massive, long bug wriggled over quickly. This long bug was nearly 100 meters long. Somewhat like a centipede, its entire body was made up of segments, and each segment had a pair of legs that were one black and one white, so looking from its left and right, the sight would be completely different. Possessing such a long body, its height was naturally not low. Its feet and body were roughly 15 meters tall, though it was far from comparable with its body's length. This long bug didn't have eyes, nose, nor ears. Its entire head was a large round mouth, and once it split open, its head would split open, revealing rings of sharp teeth. Chapter 699, Giant Golem. Reverie Henyi. 1000 Helminth. Ling Han frowned, revealing an intensely fearful look. Get moving, this big guy can't be overcome with force. Why? Li Fengyu really was a big mouth, still maintaining a strong curiosity at this time. Your sister, hurry up and run. Ling Han spread out a large hand of origin power and grabbed everyone except Wenren Xian, taking to his heels and going the long way around this place. Wenren Xian obviously also ran. Even Ling Han and Jia Ming chose to run, so she obviously wouldn't try to be brave. That long bug chased them swiftly with over 100 legs striding simultaneously in an unusually uniform fashion. Its speed was also extremely fast, and it was quickly closing the distance between Ling Han and the others. You as well. Ling Han spread open the large hand of origin power again and grabbed Wenren Xian, and then used the thunderclap ninth heaven. Dazzling white lightning flickered on his body as the latter instantly accelerated, rapidly increasing the distance between them and the long bug. His current speed could rival a heaven tier elite's, and even while taking several people, it could still reach the heights of the deity transformation tier. At last, the long bug finally gave up, and turned back the way it came. Arriving at its initial place of lying in ambush, it entered a hole, swiftly disappearing. Ling Han then stopped his movements and let everyone down. Brother-in-law, why did we run? Li Fengyun was still preoccupied with this question. Ling Han sighed, and said, 1000 Helminth never exists alone. Since one appeared. There's another one. Li Fengyu finished Ling Han's words. Ling Han shook his head, and said, there's a bed of them. Pooh, Li Fengyu spurted out, and said, there's actually a bed of such disgusting bugs? Ling Han shook his head, and said, 1000 Helminth, at least 1000 in bed. Why else would it be called with such a name? That one earlier was already at the middle stage of the deity transformation tier, and these types of beast bugs have an extremely powerful recovery ability, being even more troublesome opponents than high-level deity transformation tier elites. If a bed of them were stirred up, then that'd be fun. Then hurry up, let's go. The girls had ghastly expressions. They obviously hated these kinds of things the most. Even Hu Niu was rarely devoid of her zeal for combat. Mainly, that thing truly looked disgusting, making her unable to stomach it. They circled around an area, and then continued to chase the sun. Ahead, suddenly a beast's roar could be heard, shaking even the ground. Ling Han discerned and said to everyone, Heaven tier. It really is extremely dangerous here, everyone said one after another. However, no one turned tail. The more dangerous it was, the more astonishing the fortunes, and without the resolve of confronting deadly danger, why even adventure? Might as well go home and live in mediocrity. But, no one would intentionally give up their lives, so they went around that place where the beast roar came from. Earlier, when Shattering Void tier elites entered here, they actually didn't slaughter these vicious monsters in passing, Li Fengyu muttered. When these vicious things sense the presence of a Shattering Void tier elite, would they still dare breathe? Ling Han said with a smile. Just like how they could only walk around when discovering a heaven tier beast, these beasts obviously could only have their tail between their legs when discovering Shattering Void tier elites. After a while, a strange grassland appeared in front of them. It was especially deeply green, which appeared incongruous with the surrounding environment. Li Fengyu was about to walk forward, but Ling Han reached out and grabbed him, forcibly carrying him back. "Brother-in-law, why are you dragging me?" he asked, puzzled. Ling Han sighed, and said, "If you talk foolishly again, I'll throw you over." Li Fengyu was finally alerted, and said, "This grassland is not normal? You try." Ling Han laughed and threw him out. "Help!" Li Fengyu hurriedly shouted, soaring into the sky. And at this moment, the deep-colored grassland suddenly changed. The green grasses shrunk into the ground, and as the earth trembled slightly, peng, a large hand shot out, grabbing at Li Fengyu. "What the hell?" Li Fengyu cried out in shock and turned his palm into Saber, slashing at the large hand. Although he had a big mouth, his talent really wasn't bad, or else he wouldn't have been able to enter the Restore Heaven Academy. Attacking with full strength, martial intent spread and Saber chi was intertwined with vein-like patterns, the power of it extremely strong. Peng, 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 the Saber chi hit the large hand, but was unable to cause the tiniest bit of harm to it, not even slowing it down as it continued to reach out towards Li Fengyu. Ling Han snorted, and merged his fingers into a sword, striking towards the large hand. Xiu, sword ray stunned the skies. That large hand no longer dared to be hit randomly, and clenched into fist, meeting the sword ray head-on. Peng, martial intent collided fiercely, sword lights bursting forth, dazzling like flowers. Li Fengyu ran back in a rush, somewhat shivering in fright. Hong, a gigantic thing broke out through the ground. It was a 30-meter-tall giant with deeply colored green grass growing all over its back. Evidently, this giant was lying in the ground earlier, and grass even grew on its body. "Stinking golem, dare ambush your uncle," Li Fengyu shouted furiously, and then turned to look at Ling Han ingratiatingly. "Young Master Han, exterminate it." It was a golem with a terrifying presence seat, was a deity transformation tier existence. Ling Han laughed, summoned his own golem, and said, "Big fellow, this is your food, eliminate it." When the rock spirit saw one of its kind, it instantly let out a roar, not in delight, but in provocation. Living spirits like them were birthed and nurtured by the world. The process of growth was a war, devouring each other, and they definitely didn't experience the pleasant surprise of seeing a fellow townsman. Ong! The giant golem also roared, but its roar was more shocking than the small rock spirits, forming a hurricane that blew everyone's hair into disarray. The rock spirit was instantly spiritless and withdrew behind Ling Han's back, letting out, woo, 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 sounds like a frightened pup. Earlier, it had excitingly wanted to devour the golem, but once the golem displayed its might, it discovered that the golem was much fiercer than it was. Ling Han laughed loudly. The rock spirit was becoming more and more human. Now, this guy wasn't like a rock spirit, but was way more like a pup, wagging its tail pitifully, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, the Black Tower had already formed its first spirit stone, which was refined by the rock spirit, and with 2 more pieces, this big guy would be able to cross into the spiritual infant tier. The giant golem stared at Ling Han, or, more precisely, the rock spirit behind Ling Han's back, just that Ling Han blocked it. It had its mouth open, and if it had saliva, it would definitely already be drooling. For the giant golem, the rock spirit was a great meal. It didn't know how to talk superfluously, and immediately pounced at Ling Han. In its eyes, Ling Han was only an ant, and it would roll over Ling Han unhesitatingly and then devour the rock spirit, turning it into its cornerstone to step into a higher tier. The rock spirit clearly wasn't the giant golem's match. Ling Han intervened and took on this powerful opponent. Chapter 700, dealt with using 1 arrow. Reverie _ Henyi. Peng. Ling Han and the giant golem exchanged blows once, and he was sent flying like a raging arrow. His battle prowess could rival a high-level deity transformation tier elite, but it didn't mean his power could also compare to that of any deity transformation tier existence, especially one like a rock spirit. This was a living spirit birthed by heaven and earth, definitely at king level, its power frightening and battle prowess shocking. However, Ling Han dared to exchange blows with the giant golem, obviously having the confidence to win. His physique was too strong, and though he was pushed back, he was unharmed. His body could rival 8th tier rare metal in toughness, and at least couldn't be harmed by pure power. He let out a battle cry and immediately charged back in, without any loss in battle prowess. The giant golem roared angrily. In its eyes, Ling Han was but a small guy, so why could Ling Han rival it when it should have killed Ling Han in one attack? Ha ha ha, come, I'll beat you into submission, big guy. Ling Han and the giant golem constantly exchanged blows. Only a formidable physique allowed for such willfulness, or else even a true deity transformation tier cultivator wouldn't dare to exchange blows with the rock spirit like this. After all, rock spirits, or golems, were widely known for their formidable physique and astonishing recovery ability, and an existence able to exchange blows with it. Gold spirits were probably the only ones that qualified to do so in the same tier. Ling Han attained the diamond body, which indeed could be considered the body of a gold spirit, and even one great tier higher one. Wenren Xian stared blankly. She knew that Ling Han was freakish and that his physical abilities were strong enough to rival Jia Ming's, but she definitely didn't think he could actually exchange blows with a worldly spirit like the rock spirit. She still underestimated this young talent. Small Rock was extremely excited, anxious to cry out that its master was too jellyable. It was already itching to have a feast, and combining the other party's rock essence, it definitely could advance and even reach the level of high-level spiritual infant tier. The giant golem was furious, suddenly roaring at Ling Han. Ong! The sound was like tides, visible to the eye. Cracks even appeared on Ling Han's clothes, and his entire person also seemed to sink into the mud, making it difficult to move forward. *T, you're trying to make this young master run naked? Ling Han angrily rebuked. His physique could only guard his body, and couldn't possibly extend such fortune to his clothes. Under the giant golem's roar, they almost completely disintegrated. He hurriedly activated origin power to form a shield outside his body, and then unleashed the demon birth sword, struck apart the sonic wave, and charged out imposingly. The giant golem also meant business as it shot out its hands forward. Rock spikes emerged. With its power and its body's toughness, the rock spikes formed were definitely extremely sharp and qualified to pose a threat to Ling Han's physique. The battle escalated, both parties raised their battle prowess and fought fervently again. However, Demon Birth Sword was a 10th tier spirit tool, after all. Under continuous strikes and slashes, the giant golem's rock spikes continued to be deflected and scattered in pieces everywhere. Small Rock was like a dog scurrying back and forth, catching all these rock spikes and munching on them happily. A shred of the giant golem's rock essence was contained inside each of them, and for the small golem, it was a greatly tonic thing. It cried out in excitement beyond its control. The giant golem was in a towering rage. It still hadn't eaten a nice meal, yet a layer of its skin was peeled off first, truly too much of a loss. However, it wasn't willing to give up. After all, Ling Han's strength didn't reach the point where it'd feel intimidated. It roared angrily, and its body began to swell up rapidly, from 10 to 30 meters tall, and still enlarging. In contrast, the entire ground nearby was sinking. Long, countless rocks and sand soared into the sky. It was as if a massive hole appeared at the bottom. Ling Han was astounded, and said, as expected of the child of the earth, being able to extract the power of the earth to instill it in itself, fusing with the earth to strengthen its physique. Sigh, why doesn't my rock spirit have such abilities? Small Rock looked at Ling Han, feeling wronged. It wanted to be that kick-ass, but its tier wasn't there yet, and it was absolutely unable to extract the soul of the earth to fuse with itself. Everyone hurriedly flew up as it seemed to be extremely dangerous to stand on the ground. The giant golem shot at Ling Han once again. Its fist was comparable to a mountain peak, and if one were to be hit by it, not to mention deity transformation tier, even heaven tier elites would hack out blood. Weight plus speed could also form terrifying power. Why was it said that worldly spirits were more terrifying than kings among beasts? This was the reason. Xiao, Ling Han turned into a flash of lightning and evaded this attack. At the same time, he swung the long sword and unleashed a sword ray, slashing at the giant golem. Pooh! The sword ray entered its body, cutting off a large slice of the giant golem's body, but its current size was truly too big, so slicing off such a piece couldn't hurt it at all. Immediately, it extracted the rocks in the earth to repair parts that were slashed off, and was instantly restored to its original state. This gigantic body was equivalent to its armor, and it was one that was able to repair automatically. As long as the earth was still present, it could constantly receive replenishment. To exhaust the entire earth, how could it even possibly be done? How do we play now? Li Fengyu muttered. The giant golem stood in an invincible position, and only it could beat others. Ling Han dodged and contemplated. To deal with the golem was really quite simple, and that was to make its feet leave the earth. Fighting in the skies, the golem couldn't possibly receive replenishment from the earth. The problem was, how was it to be done? A worldly spirit like this was not foolish at all. Then, only annihilating dragon star arrow or 10,000 techniques returned to one could be used to directly extinguish its soul spirit. As long as it was a living spirit, it would have a soul spirit. However, the golem was so gigantic, how would one know where its true body was? Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and looked towards the golem, and the golem instantly appeared in another form in his eyes. The energy form. The majority of its body was dim, for it was rocks extracted from the earth, and under its left lumbar, a small round dot sparkled as if a small sun. The rock spirit's essence, origin source, origin of life, and heart of stone. Ling Han took out Sunset Bow and mounted a sharp arrow forged with 8th tier rare metal, activating the annihilating dragon star arrow and the thunderclap 9th heaven, while the Eye of Truth locked onto that glowing dot. Go! He let go suddenly, and Xiao, the pointed arrow shot out, bound with lightning, instantly accelerating to its extreme. Pooh! The pointed arrow shot into the giant golem's waist and left it on the other side. The giant golem fixed its stare on Ling Han, and then the rocks on its body crumbled chunk by chunk, shattering and disintegrating, instantly becoming a pile of shattered rocks. Within the rocks, a human head-sized rock was as clear as jade, flickering with a gentle radiance. The heart of stone. Ao, Ao, Ao. The small golem pounced over in a rush, crawling on its limbs like a dog. It picked up the heart of stone with its mouth and then scuttled back to Ling Han's side, nudging Ling Han with its head ingratiatingly. Ling Han couldn't help but be speechless. Why was this guy more and more like a dog? Chapter 701, Real Stars. Reverie _ Henyi. However, the rock spirit was also more and more obedient, otherwise, this guy definitely would have run away with the heart of stone in its mouth and not look at him ingratiatingly, anticipating his approval. Brother Ling, your puppet is really human-like, not a bit like an ice-cold puppet, Wenren Xian said sincerely. The golem was instantly displeased, roaring angrily at Wenren Xian, who was a puppet. It was a dignified worldly spirit, a life of the 5 elements that received the love of heaven. Ling Han laughed loudly and stored the golem into the black tower, allowing it to refine the heart of stone and raise its tier as soon as possible. Actually, the effect would definitely have been better if he directly subdued the giant golem earlier. It was in the deity transformation tier anyhow. But, firstly, Ling Han didn't want to unleash the black tower openly, and secondly, he was a person who valued feelings. Since the rock spirit paid allegiance to him, he would think of ways to increase its strength, and not just abandon it after seeing a stronger one. The rock spirit should know this too, so it was even more loyal. Yes, quite remarkably so, Ling Han said with a smile, but didn't say that it was a rock spirit. Xian always thought Brother Ling was known for sword techniques, but never expected your archery to be even more astonishing. That arrow even annihilated a deity transformation tier rock spirit. Such might is truly unimaginable, Wenren Xian exclaimed in admiration. "Ha, Lady Wenren, no need put me on a pedestal." Ling Han waved his hand. She was also their generation's prodigy, and her talent probably wasn't inferior to Xu Xian heirs. He paused shortly, then went on, "Let's go, we should continue on our way." They all nodded and advanced forward. This area was surprisingly large, just as if the end could never be reached, but after half a day, the sun in the sky quickly vanished. In its place was a moon that emitted gentle rays of light, chilly like water. Everyone was astonished. The master of this historical site had really invested thought and effort to simulate the environment here to be so similar to the outside worlds. Even many stars hung in the sky. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth for a closer look. Earlier it was the sun, so he didn't dare to stare too long, since that would blind his eyes. However, the moon was different. The damage of the rays of light was limited and he could completely endure it. After a while, his expression changed drastically as he said, "Those are real stars, completely the same as the ones outside." What? Everyone was visibly moved. Stars are meteors and often contain rare high-level metals, which is why they glow in the skies, Wenren Xian said. Ling Han nodded, and said, "Above the firmament, a strange absorptive power set those meteors in place, so the starlit sky we see is fixed. Different at day and night, under the power of the world's force, there's a revolving trajectory." The rabbit said, "Actually, these stars are only several thousand miles away from us. If not for the existence of the astral winds, even flower blossom tier elites would easily reach the ends of the sky. But precisely because of the existence of astral winds, even shattering void tier elites don't dare to charge forcibly, only." Ling Han followed, and made a chopping move at the sky. The first step to splitting open the skies was cutting apart the astral winds, or else, unable to reach the heavens, how could one speak of splitting the skies? Shattering void tier beings are too powerful. The attacks they unleash can penetrate the astral wind layer and strike down the stars in the heavens, but when the stars pass through the astral wind layer, the majority would be worn away, and only a few amongst the few can fall down to the ground, the rabbit continued. "Brat, are you seeing wrong? Those stars can't possibly be the same as the ones outside." Ling Han shook his head, and said, "I'm definitely not seeing wrong." He contemplated, and said, "Then there's only one possibility. A supreme being forcibly broke apart the astral wind layer and plucked those stars completely intact. Plucking stars and capturing the moon, how powerful is that?" Wenren Xian was dumbstruck. "This is something even shattering void tier elites can't do." Ling Han nodded. Shattering void tiers could shake down the stars in the sky. After all, it was only a long distance protected by the astral wind layer, but to charge through the astral wind layer and pluck the stars, the difficulty was completely not on the same level. He couldn't help but shiver inside. An ancient dynasty once thought to split the skies and failed in the end, leaving 4 treasure vaults. Could this historical site belong to the ancient dynasty? At the time, although they failed to split open the skies, breaking through the astral wind layer shouldn't have been a problem, so plucking a few perfect stars was also within reason. If it truly were so, the Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects being in a great hurry also stood to reason. It was a dynasty that was qualified to split the skies. "It really is more and more tempting," Ling Han said with a smile. Everyone sat down. Ling Han took out ingredients, while everyone began to prepare for dinner. Walking in such a dangerous place, they had to maintain their optimal condition at every moment, or else they could be grievously hurt. Time was indeed precious, but they definitely shouldn't advance rashly. Wenren Xian, as well as Li Fengyu and his sister, obviously also prepared rations, but smelling the aroma of the food Ling Han and the others cooked, they couldn't help but look audacious. After having a taste of their food, they instantly threw aside their ingredients and moved closer stiffly to get things to eat. Where's the meat I placed here?" Li Fengyu felt it strange. He just grilled a slice of meat and planned to take it to his sister, yet it suddenly disappeared. His gaze swiveled by and stopped at the rabbit, and he said, "Uncle Rabbit, did you secretly eat it? The rabbit turned its head and said in disdain, Pa, would Uncle Rabbit steal your food to eat? Then what's with your mouths chewing? Uncle Rabbit naturally likes to squabble, is it not allowed? The oil's dripping out. Nonsense, Uncle Rabbit's a vegetarian. You damned rabbit, the thief that stole. Li Feng Yu was driven mad. This shameless rabbit, too lazy to grill things on its own, stealing things, too detestable. The rabbit ignored him, and its ruby-like eyes circled randomly. With its temperament of unwilling to take losses, it was clearly taking revenge on Li Feng Yu's big mouth because the other people were now looking at it vigilantly, greatly increasing the difficulty of stealing. Where's the soup I placed here? Ling Han was also shocked, and then looked at the rabbit and said, Did you do it? Such wrongful treatment. You guys lose things and just find Uncle Rabbit. Is Uncle Rabbit that kind of rabbit? The rabbit jumped up, aggrieved. Yes. Everyone nodded. The bowl I placed here is also gone, Xu Xiu Ran also said, feeling it strange. Nothing to do with Uncle Rabbit. The rabbit hurriedly raised its claws before anyone asked. It indeed wasn't the rabbit. Ling Han shook his head. His divine sense was constantly locked onto the rabbit, and if the rabbit were to have any strange movements, it wouldn't have escaped his notice. After all, his divine sense was at the heaven tier, even if it was just a shred of it. Then who was it? Everyone wondered. Hunyo suddenly started to giggle, reaching out to grab something white, and said, Let's grill it and eat it. Chapter 702, Gold-Seeking Rat. Reverie Henyi. What Hunyo caught in her hand was a furry little thing, somewhat like a bamboo rat, only with a different color. Its body was plump, with 4 short limbs and a long tail. If this animal was black, it probably would appear more terrifying, but with its white pelt and pink claws, on top of a pair of eyes that almost took up 1/3 of its face, this guy appeared very endearingly silly. The little guy was struggling desperately to escape from Hunyo's hand, but it was troubled by short limbs and just struggled in vain, squeaking in panic. Hunyo began to drool, and said, Grilled or boiled? Grilled is more aromatic, boiled is fresher, sigh, why's there only one, making things so difficult for Nyo. You can't eat it. Xu Xiu Ran, Wenren Xian, and Li Zi Xian all shouted at the same time. Such a cute little thing, who would be willing to? Why? Puzzled, Hunyo said, while looking vigilantly at the others. You guys want to snatch it? Nyo's no vegetarian, Nyo's down to fight. Ling Han was curious, and said, Could this little guy be the thief from earlier? Great, daring to frame your Uncle Rabbit, slaughter and eat it, the rabbit said in an aggressive manner. Damn rabbit, talk nonsense again, better believe I'll slaughter you first. Wenren Xian threatened. Alright, Nyo wants to eat rabbit meat. Hunyo immediately targeted the rabbit again. Ling Han waved his hand and made Hunyo bring the little thing over. He looked at the round and fat guy by tossing and turning it, making the little guy quite embarrassed, even using its small claws to cover its groin. Pooh, it actually spat out a small piece of metal, completely blue, emitting a translucent sparkling hue. It used 2 front claws to clasp the metal and stared attentively at Ling Han as if to ingratiate with him. All your saliva, at least be particular about gifting it. Ling Han said with a smile, but he was immediately visibly moved. This is a precious 8th tier metal, Jade Sea Azure metal. Everyone was surprised. A fat rat actually spat out an 8th tier rare metal, this was very surprising. Could it be a gold-seeking rat? The rabbit said in shock. According to the legends, this living spirit has special sensory abilities towards rare metals, being able to sense metal buried even several li underground. Gold-seeking rat. Everyone shook their heads, showing that they'd never heard of this name. Rabbit, is that made up? Xu Xiu Ran said with a smile. Pa, don't think that you can treat Uncle Rabbit unfairly because you're a bit prettier. The rabbit stamped its feet. You guys haven't heard of it before, because there are pathetically few gold-seeking rats. Although they don't have any strong powers, they are definitely scarcer than true dragons and true phoenixes. It can be said that they're valuable treasure even in the divine realm. Everyone was finally moved. This fat and round guy was actually a tall handsome rich 2-level. The gold-seeking rat looked at Ling Han with an ingratiating expression. It felt the greatest terror toward Hu Niu, and truly like a rat encountering a cat, even its reactions weren't keen, or else, with its speed, normal people couldn't possibly catch it. But this human could subdue Hu Niu, naturally making it fawn on Ling Han. Whether or not it could escape the fate of going in the grill or the boiling pot was completely dependent on Ling Han. Its 2 small claws clasped the jade sea azure metal, rocking it as if presenting a gift. Ling Han couldn't help but smile and let down the gold-seeking rat, taking the jade sea azure metal and causally wiping away the saliva this little guy left. Zilu, the big white rat, hurriedly took to its heels. It might look fat and round, like it would pant in a few steps, but its speed was surprisingly fast. Fleeing shortly, it disappeared without a trace, ridiculously fast. Everyone was taken aback, and they finally realized they were tricked by an old rat. Who could have thought that it looked endearingly silly in Hu Niu's hands, but was agile to this degree? Simply an agile damned fatty. Ling Han thought about Ma Duobao, who was also a damn fatty yet extremely agile. Niu's grilled meat. Hu Niu cried out. She just decided how to eat it, but the food ran away. Ling Han laughed and said, "This large white rat has great use. The next time we catch it, let's keep and raise it." Hu Niu pouted. She really wanted to eat, so what could she do? Her gaze turned to the rabbit, her large eyes glowing even more. The rabbit instinctively covered its butt in shock and cried out, "Little girl, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about Uncle Ra." It screamed as it was already bitten on the butt by Hu Niu. Everyone continued to eat. In a short while, Hu Niu suddenly laughed loudly and raised both arms, cupping a fat and round large white rat in her hands. What else was it if not that gold-seeking rat? This time, it was caught red-handed. This large white rat's claws clasped a piece of meat and a part of its mouth bulged out, apparently from having shoved in too much food. It used its innocent eyes to look at every and it was adorable. Everyone couldn't help but smile and start to laugh. I've seen a foolish one, but foolish to this degree, this gold-seeking rat is quite a miracle. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food, how truly fitting. This is definitely a gluttonous rat. Earlier, it smelled the aroma and ran over, and being caught once, it still hasn't learned its lesson, falling twice in the same place. Hearing everyone speak, the large white rabbit embarrassedly used its claws to cover its eyes as if its face was going red. Ling Han laughed loudly, grabbed the large white thing again, and said, "Fatty, follow me in the future. I'll guarantee you'll have enough good wine and food, and as for you, just display your talent and find rare metal for me." The large white rat squeaked and gesticulated with its hands and feet as if protesting. "I just ate a few pieces of your meat, and you want to make this rat sell itself? You dare not to agree?" Hu Niu moved closer, and revealed a vicious look. The large white rat was immediately scared stiff as its tail suddenly straightened and its 4 limbs upright. Its entire body was rigid, actually being scared to the point of passing out. "Pooh," everyone laughed loudly. This rat was too hilarious. It was a cowardly rat that actually consecutively came to steal food, and it was a daring rat that was frightened unconscious 5 stars for its acting cute. Xiao, but at this moment, the large white rat took advantage of Ling Han's carelessness and fled like a wisp of smoke. **T. Everyone's smiles instantly froze, having been tricked once again by the large white rat. Ling Han took out large amounts of food, and said, "I don't believe it. This fatty will definitely appear again." Everyone shook their heads. As gluttonous as that gold-seeking rat was, it wouldn't make the same mistake thrice, right? As expected, a night passed, and the large white rat didn't appear again. It was early morning, and the change from day to night was almost done in an instant. The sky full of stars and the moon disappeared at the same time, and that large fireball rose into the sky. Although Ling Han thought constantly of that gold-seeking rat, there wasn't any time to waste now, so he moved forward with everyone. Chapter 703, Submission. Reverie _ Henyi. They all spent the next day in hiding. Although there weren't many beasts here, each one was extremely powerful, starting out at the deity transformation tier, and heaven tier ones would appear frequently, so they could only make a detour. Perhaps there were also shattering void tier beings that just hadn't revealed their presence yet. Due to constant hiding and circling, they didn't make much progress on their way throughout the day. The sun set and the moon rose again, and everyone stopped once again to rest and reorganize. Nyo caught it again. Nyo suddenly shouted joyously, grabbing the white and fat rat with her hand. This large white rat looked pitifully at everyone as if lamenting why it was so gluttonous, walking into a trap again. Ling Han laughed loudly and took the gold-seeking rat. This time, he directly stored it into the black tower, and then separated a part of his divine sense to go in. Once the gold-seeking rat was free, it obviously fled in disarray, sniffing with its small nose, and then looking rapaciously at the endless medicinal farms in the black tower. It actually fed on metal, and the more precious the metal the more powerful it could become. However, this one was different. It indeed ate gold and metals, which could strengthen it, but it was also gluttonous and liked to eat spirit medicine. Now, it was even in love with grilled meat, chicken soup, and so on. So much spirit medicine, it was going to eat to its heart's content. However, as it moved, it surprisingly discovered that it fell into the hands of that human. "Fatty, you can't escape from the palm of my hand," Ling Han said with a smile, loosening his hand again, and said, "Run again." The gold-seeking rat was strongly resilient and immediately took to its heels again, even determined to eat everything here clean so as to ridicule this human. However, in a while, it fell into Ling Han's hand again. It was confused. This human's speed was clearly not as fast as its own speed, and it had the natural ability to flee into the ground because it was able to feed on metal. Its teeth were also the finest, and whatever was bitten would be broken. Opening a path with its teeth, it should have run away smoothly. Escape again. This time, it dug down in a rush, attempting to flee through the earth, but after digging for at least 10 li, a human face suddenly appeared in front of it. Who else was it if it wasn't that man? This time, it was truly frightened, straightening its tail. With a paw, it flipped over and lay down with its big white belly facing the sky, looking like it had been frightened to death. "I'm not an adorable thing like you. You think I'd be deceived by you?" Ling Han laughed loudly, picked up the gold-seeking rat by its tail, and said, "Don't feign death. Look, such a large place with spirit medicine planted everywhere and all sorts of beasts with fresh quality meat." He paused shortly, and carried on patiently. "How about it? As long as you follow me, I'll provide spirit medicine and as much delicious meat you as you like." Gee! The fat rat came to life at once, standing on its hind legs, and squeaked at Ling Han as if bargaining. "I can't understand what you're saying, but so long as you nod whether you're willing to follow me or not." Ling Han let out a devilish alluring sound. The fat rat struggled and finally closed its small claws in a manner of submission. "All right, you're one of mine from now, my rat. I'll give you a name. Since you're so fat and like someone, it would be too unreasonable not to take advantage of it to mock him," Ling Han thought. He then said, "From now on, you're called by Duo-Bao, nickname, Fatty, or Small White." The gold-seeking rat squeaked in remonstration. It wasn't fat, this was called sensual. Ling Han brought the gold-seeking rat outside with a smile, and said, "Little guy is now one of us. Its name is by Duo-Bao and nicknames Fatty, and Small White." Xu Xiu Ran immediately burst into laughter. She knew Ling Han did it in bad taste, yet didn't know how Ma Duo-Bao would look if he met this gold-seeking rat in the future. Brother Ling truly has surprising fortune, being able to obtain a treasure like the gold-seeking rat, Wenren Xian exclaimed. It was attracted by Ling Han's food and caught by Nyo. Ling Han subdued it, so how could she have the shame to ask to share the benefits? Ling Han smiled. In this life, his luck was indeed great. Obtaining 3 mystical powers was a proof thereof. In reality, his luck in the previous life was also not bad for him to bump into the Black Tower. The level of this divine tool, impossible to fathom. The gold-seeking rat climbed onto Ling Han's shoulder, squeaking and gesticulating. It meant that it had eaten secretly just now and didn't have enough. Now, it was time for it to eat to its heart's content. Ling Han casually took food to feed this fatty. Hunyo still couldn't hide her rapaciousness and stared at the gold-seeking rat, making the gold-seeking rat break out in a cold sweat as it ate. There seemed to be something terrifying hiding inside this small human, giving the cute rat psychological trauma and deeply hurting its heart. It should be a young rat, the rabbit said. Why do you say that? Everyone asked. Hunyo said, yes, yes. It's grown so fat already, it's completely fine to eat. It can't be small. A mature gold-seeking rat would have golden fur. It has white fur only when they're young, the rabbit explained. The gold-seeking rat's ability to find rare metal is correlated with its age. The older it is, the higher the tier of metal it can find. So, this was still a little guy, no wonder it was so gluttonous and was fooled time and time again. It couldn't be helped, being young and ignorant. Xu Xian's maternal instinct broke out as she went to hug the gold-seeking rat, and said, "Don't know where Small White's parents went, actually throwing away such a little baby." Hunyo drooled and said, "There's 2 more big ones." Nyo's not craving at all. Its parents might be long dead, the rabbit said. Gold-seeking rats are very special, born by spawn, and if the deposited egg doesn't have suitable conditions, it's not strange if it doesn't hatch in 100 millennia, or 1,000 millennia. This made Hunyo greatly disappointed as her hopes for a new taste were dashed. After eating and drinking enough, everyone began to rest, cultivating a little, ridding the exhaustion during the day, and preparing for a possible battle encounter tomorrow. The gold-seeking rat was endearingly silly as expected. When it slept, its 4 feet faced the sky and it let out a large snoring sound. Unbearably noisy, it was thrown into the Black Tower by Ling Han, and finally everyone had some quiet. The second day, everyone set out. Ling Han let the gold-seeking rat out so that it could find rare metals. No kidding, this fatty really was no slouch. In the short time of a day, it gave Ling Han 3 pieces of rare metal. 1 was 4th tier and 2 were 5th tier, and although it wasn't all that precious, it was all for free. Another night passed, and the day came as usual. This was already the 4th day since they'd entered here. When they were walking, they heard a sharp cry as a dark cloud appeared in the sky, quickly overshadowing them. Everyone looked up and saw that it wasn't a dark cloud, but a huge eagle, dark green all over and without feathers, covered in scales not unlike a green armor, emitting a threatening chill. Everyone's hair stood up because this was a supreme existence at the shattering void tier, and its stare could kill them several hundred times. Chapter 704, A Strange Medicine Treasure. Reverie _Henyi. Fortunately, this green eagle didn't care about them, the nobodies, and fluttered its wings as it flew by. In its claws, a golden rhinoceros the size of a small mountain hung with its body in tatters, bleeding all the way. This 8 treasures gold rhinoceros was in the heaven tier. The golden rhinoceros's blood sprayed down, an absolute calamity for the living spirits below. The blood contained a heaven tier beast's baleful chi, and even deity transformation tier elites would be shocked to death when coming in contact with it. Such blood was precious medicine, but at least over 10 deity transformation tier elites cooperating were needed to remove the baleful chi to collect it. No matter whether it was Yao Huiyu, Jia Ming, or Xu Xiu Ran, when encountering such a situation, they could basically do nothing but shake their heads and make a detour. But it was different for Ling Han, for he had the Heaven Transformation Bowl. This treasure was unleashed, and it collected the golden rhinoceros's blood, directly extracting the purest of essence. The medicinal effects would be stronger, yet without the baleful chi. However, no one would dare consume such a precious liquid, even if it wasn't at the Shattering Void tier. It was still in high-level Heaven tier, and with their current cultivation, whoever ate it would explode. Even a Shattering Void tier beast has appeared, they exclaimed. This is a female eagle, and might have just given birth to a convocation of small eagles. If one could be raised, then it'll be awe-inspiring in the future, the rabbits suddenly said. Everyone was visibly moved. The tier of beasts depended more on bloodline, and this green eagle had reached the Shattering Void tier, so its offspring could also reach Shattering Void tier as long as it was provided with sufficient nutrition. This was the greatest difference between humans and beasts, but in contrast, beasts were also limited by bloodline. If this green eagle wanted to cross over Shattering Void tier and advance into the divine realm, it would be something almost impossible. Unless it could receive supreme precious medicine and shatter the constraints of bloodline. This was too distant, but raising a Shattering Void tier beast, just how shocking would its value be? Grilled eagle legs. Hunyo's thoughts were obviously offbeat as her eyes started to light up. Ling Han shook his head, and said, "Don't indulge in flights of fancy. A Shattering Void tier beast's nest is filled with that green eagle's baleful chi, and if we were to go in, we'd be turned into fine dust before seeing the eggs." Hearing him say so, everyone also shook their heads. Right, that was an existence of the Shattering Void tier, so who could sneak into its nest? Let's go. They continued onwards. After 2 more days, Rock Spirit completely refined the Heart of Stone and advanced into the Spiritual Infant tier, and it was also high-level Spiritual Infant tier. This type of worldly spirit was strong to begin with, and it was difficult for it to find rivals in the same tier, being a king amongst kings. With its current battle prowess, it could even rival freaks like Yao Huiyu. Ling Han was extremely pleased. Now, the Rock Spirit was finally a qualified hatchet man again, while Black Tower could also produce 1 rare stone every month, so the Rock Spirit's speed of improvement should surpass his, becoming more and more jellyable. At this time, the expansive area finally reached an end, and an extremely vast watery area appeared in front. At least, Ling Han couldn't see its end even with the Eye of Truth activated. At the junction of land and water, there was a strange medicinal plant growing. It was 15 meters tall and entirely white, with fruit like a corn cob, but many times larger. That fruit emitted a faint aroma that made people who smelled it relaxed and happy. However, Ling Han's party wasn't the only one that discovered this precious medicine. Many more people discovered it like Jia Ming, who stood on the side with his hands behind his back and wore a beast-like grim smile. Ling Han also saw Yao Huiyu, who was also alone. There was also the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing. They each brought their own team. An adventure like this was the best to foster friendship, and of course the best to destroy it. Yuan Cheng, he was also present. He gave Ling Han a slight nod and evidently honored his promise to respect Ling Han as the boss. What was this precious medicine? Ling Han raised such doubts. He was the Alchemy Emperor in his former life, and when it came to recognizing spirit medicine, no one would dare say they were first if he said he was second. As for many precious medicines that were already extinct, he'd also seen their appearances in graphical archives. However, he'd never seen nor heard of such a precious medicine. Now, everyone was restraining each other, so a fierce battle didn't unfold. Besides, the precious medicine seemed to be a few days from reaching maturity, which made everyone refrain from clashing fiercely. Ling Han felt it strange. This indeed was a fine precious medicine, the aroma of which proved that it definitely was a top-tier treasure, but why didn't the Flame King and the elites of the 5 great sects collect it earlier in passing? It would be worth it even if one person stayed behind to guard it here. Was there a reason? Ling Han revealed a contemplative look. In his former life, he entered too many historical sites and encountered many dangers, giving him a clear awareness never become obsessed with treasures. Treasures were admittedly good, but they were often associated with danger and traps. There were clearly many powerful beasts entrenched here, yet with a precious medicine placed there openly, why wasn't there a single beast that guarded it? A precious medicine of heaven and earth would often be accompanied by beasts and even emerge because of beasts. Intuition made Ling Han firmly believe that there was a very highly probability that this would be a trap. He told Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing of this suspicion, and called Yuan Shenghe to his side, making him obey his command. Yuan Shenghe was somewhat unwilling, but he didn't dare to disobey. This fierce person was the one who killed Small Saber King. Everyone was still waiting for the moment the precious medicine truly matured, which was the matter of 2 to 3 days. Many more people arrived afterwards. Amongst them was no lack of heaven-tier elites, which made the weaker people sigh. If they'd known elites of this level would appear, they definitely wouldn't have waited so long and just grabbed the precious medicine earlier. Even if it wasn't ripe, it was better than nothing. 3 days later, there were as many as 7 heaven-tier elites, and Ling Han's anxiousness grew greater, because over these few days, he hadn't seen a single beast nearby. One should know that beasts had an extremely strong sense of territory. There were no beasts here, which meant only one thing: there was already a powerful beast here, which made the other beasts view this area as a forbidden land, not daring to set foot on it. Contest for the precious medicine finally started. 7 heaven-tier elites battled fiercely, and the powerful aftereffect of the battle made everyone retreat constantly, unable to get close. At this moment, the precious medicine disappeared with a tremble. Everyone was dumbfounded. This precious medicine grew feet? Or was it someone daring and bold who took advantage to steal the precious medicine while the 7 heaven-tier elites were fighting fiercely? Hong, long, long, the earth began to quake. A fissure appeared, and then spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions as if some terrifying existence was about to break through the ground. Chapter 705, Bait. Reverie _ Henyi. Peng, the earth split open and out popped a gigantic lion-shaped beast, 30 meter long and 15 tall. It was covered with black scales that made it look like a pangolin. But its tail was completely different. It was long, and the tip was more like a corn cob, emitting a faint fragrance like an exceptionally precious medicine. And what everyone felt familiar to the eyes was that tail. Why did it look so much like that spirit medicine? Ling Han's expression changed drastically. That wasn't some precious medicine earlier, but the bait that the beast had stuck out. It deliberately changed its tail slowly, making it look as if a precious medicine slowly maturing, to gather the largest number of prey possible so that it could capture them all at once. This also explained why those shattering void-tier elites didn't care about this precious medicine. When passed by earlier, they didn't see it at all. This was a powerful existence at the shattering void tier, and here, it was invincible. The 7 heaven-tier elites stopped fighting. Seeing the scene, they obviously came to realize everything, but targeted as a prey by a shattering void-tier beast, could they even escape? Ong! The beast let out a loud roar. Hong, the sound waves were like the tsunami, and peng, 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 everything within the radius of few li in the surrounding area was shattered to pieces. The 7 heaven-tier elites were obviously the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and their skin cracked and bones shattered, with barely a single breath remaining in their bodies. Luckily, it was precisely because the 7 great heaven-tier warriors started a battle that the others had retreated far away to avoid the attack's shock waves and thus avoided trouble. Even so, everyone's hands or feet were broken, but they weren't crushed into pieces. The might of shattering void-tier creatures was extremely powerful. A single attack could strike down the stars. Fortunately, Ling Han and the others had retreated even further, and were almost unaffected, though their faces turned pale from the pressure of a shattering void-tier beast's presence, which made it difficult to even breathe. Everyone's expressions changed. How were they to block this? A shattering void-tier beast targeted them, treating them as prey. Run! Everyone almost instantly scattered, and that beast also started to move. With a pull, it swallowed all 7 heaven-tiers into its mouth, crunched a few times, and swallowed them into the stomach, and then carried out a massacre. Although everyone fled in all directions, a shattering void-tier creature's speed was so fast that after it ate all the prey, in the east, south, and west, the people fleeing towards the north had only run out over 100 li. They were obviously Ling Han's party. Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing were with them. Moreover, there was super geniuses like Yao Huiyu and Jia Ming. They all coincidentally chose the same path because escaping in this direction, they were most likely to encounter reinforcements. Ling Han marveled inwardly. To compare in speed with a shattering void tear was a pipe dream, and he could probably only use the Black Tower to save everyone he cared about. At worst, some people he temporarily wouldn't let out. The gold-seeking rat was frightened into feigning death again, lying straight with its tail straightened up, but Hunyo picked it up and said happily, "The rat's dead, can we eat it?" Once those words left her mouth, the gold-seeking rat was naturally alive and kicking again. "Why does this little girl always want to eat this baby?" it said in its rat language, squeaking. The rabbit felt deeply the same, and, while running, said, "Now, you also know Uncle Rabbit's pain, right? Cut the crap and run for your life." Ling Han said. What sort of clowns were by his side, not even behaving properly in such a situation? Whose fault was it if not the rabbit's? Hunyo's speed was too fast, so even if it wasn't fast to the point of bending the space, in this kind of situation, it was enough to simply be faster than others, so at least one could survive the longest that way. Kakaka, such a mighty beast lion, it's just right to be this king's mount. At this moment, a sweet laughter could be heard, and a girl in purple dress suddenly appeared. No one saw how she appeared, just as if she was naturally there. This girl was gorgeous like peaches and plums. Standing in the sky, the gentle breeze moved her long skirt, and her bare feet were like jade, which added on some natural grace to her appearance. Surprisingly, divine clouds swirled around her as if she was a divine maiden descending to the world. Ong! That beast halted abruptly and stared vigilantly at this girl as its nostrils puffed out flames. It seemed very terrified of her. Being able to make a shattering void tear beast fear, needless to say, this girl was certainly also a shattering void tear elite. Yao Huiyu and Jia Ming, the proud disciples of the 5 great sects, have obviously seen the shattering void tear warriors in their own sects and other sects, but none of them matched the girl in front of their eyes. How truly strange, she was a shattering void tear elite, and definitely couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Ling Han was relieved, this girl was the Lunar King. Little kitty, be a good mount for this king. Lunar King struck, attacking the beast lion. They fought so hard that everyone ran away, for each aftershock could have killed them 100 times if it were to directly hit them. In the distance, there was a party of 100 men marching fast, their formation astonishingly orderly. They looked just like an army. 10 people in a row formed a neat square array, and each person looked solemn while holding a long spear, exuding an iron-blooded aura. Each person's cultivation was the deity transformation tier, which was very surprising. Deity transformation tier warriors could be called experts anywhere, but this 100-people team seemed to be someone's personal troops. In the front row, there was someone who carried a banner, painted with a slender hand that held up a waning moon. They stopped in front of the fight, far closer than Ling Han and the others were to the Lunar King and the Beast Lion's battle. When the ripples swept over, they struck out their spears together, and the power of 100 people actually miraculously fused to obtain battle prowess of the heaven tier, resolving the aftershock completely. Everyone stared in shock. 100 deity transformation tier warriors could rival a heaven tier elite? This was like a dream. Ling Han understood that this was probably Lunar King's personal army, and only the Purple Moon Empire, a powerful force buried countless years ago, grasped such a miraculous formation, gathering the power of masses into one. The Lunar King was really too powerful. Her slender hands were like divine material, and with a swat, the beast lion turned over and over repeatedly. No matter how terrifying the attacks the beast lion launched, she took them on very casually, appearing relaxed and happy. On her body, Ling Han felt a similar aura to that of the Sword King and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden Absolute Power, the king amongst kings. In a short amount of time, the beast lion was seized by the Lunar King, lying on the ground with its tongue sticking out. It kept struggling with all its strength, yet it was to no avail. The Lunar King was half sitting and half lying down on the beast lion's back in a beautiful but sexy posture, beckoning to Ling Han, saying, "Little handsome boy, come massage this king's legs." She straightened her long legs, and under the dress was a snow-white and smooth thigh, wreaking havoc in one's heart. Chapter 706, Teased. Reverie _Henyi. Quite a few people were envious, or even driven mad. This beauty was not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also possessed the peak strength of humanity, subduing even the beast lion. If one were to have such an exceptional beauty, what more could one want in life? Even if the others were envious or jealous, they wouldn't dare declare it, not even gasping. That was a shattering void tier elite, and only she could tease others. Little brother, charge forth bravely. Conquer our king. Men also have courageous spirit. However, the stern soldiers in the square array shocked everyone as they began to whistle and give Ling Han encouragement. Now, these people weren't military-disciplined soldiers, but a bunch of ruffians. Ling Han was speechless. Who were these people? The Lunar King pretended to be displeased, and said, "You bastards, trying to revolt? We wouldn't dare. It's just that our king's not young anymore, and it's time to find a man to marry. We aren't suited for our king, so we can only ask an outsider. Hee, I think this little brother looks pretty good, handsome, refined, and surprisingly talented, and more importantly, someone who can make our king start to flirt is too hard to come by." The veterans all shouted out glibly, each of them very excited. "Won't allow you guys to take Nyo's Ling Han." Hu Nyo was immediately on guard and got in front of Ling Han, glaring quite viciously at the 100 veterans as if a small tiger. The veterans all laughed loudly. They'd all been through 100 battles, and weren't really afraid of Hu Nyo's vicious look. Io, our kings met a rival. A love triangle, how complicated. They started kicking up a fuss again. The Lunar King also laughed loudly. She rode on the beast lion, and said, "Men, follow this king. This land is too important, and mustn't fall in the hands of others." "Yes, my king." The veterans instantly became solemn, standing at attention together and replying in a unified voice. With their long spears held high, they emitted the spirit of endless bloodthirst. This 100-person square formation was extremely frightening. If they attacked separately, Ling Han was confident that he could defeat them all, but against their array, he would only be defeated. 100 people formed an array to raise their battle prowess to the heaven turret was an extremely terrifying thing. Everyone didn't dare to breathe heavily, being intimidated by this army. Even their souls were trembling as if they saw endless blood and gore from the countless elites killed by this army. The Lunar King soared through the sky on the beast lion and shot out a divine chain to bring the 100-people army along, crossing the sea together. Brother Ling, could you possibly know that mighty person?" Wenren Qian asked. The shock on her face could hardly be concealed. That woman was a shattering void tier elite. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched as he said, "I guess I know her." He was very gloomy, being teased by an old monster that had been buried underground for countless years. Seeing Ling Han become taciturn, Wenren Qian didn't ask any more questions. In this battle, 90% of the forces that had entered had died, and it could be said to be quite tragic. There were only about 100 people living, but without exception, they were all talented super geniuses, or else they wouldn't be able to follow the team, and would have already been eaten by the beast lion halfway on their path. Ling Han. Jia Ming's gaze looked over, and 2 red rays fired out from his eyes, extremely bizarre. Xian Air. Yao Huiyu also looked over, his expression extremely excited. At this time, Xu Xian Air had already returned to her original exceptionally gorgeous looks, which naturally made him excited. This was his Xu Xian Air. "Oh, Ling Han." Another youngster walked over, looking ordinary, but examining closely, one would discover that his gaze was extremely deep, just as if the endless ocean. Ling Han shrugged his shoulder and muttered, "All the monsters and freaks have really come out." Xian Air. Yao Huiyu was the first to run over to Xu Xian Air's side, looking at her in a daze. Xu Xian Air's expression was indifferent as she said, "Please, Brother Yao, be self-possessed and call Xian Er as Lady Zhu or use Xian Er's full name. Yao Huiyu turned his head abruptly and looked towards Ling Han, and said, Ling Han, I want a duel. Ling Han laughed, and said, we've fought alongside together, fighting and killing isn't good. Well, I have a little buddy here, if you can beat him, then we'll fight. He tossed out the rock spirit. Pa, the golem landed on the ground and started to crawl around Ling Han without a care. That look was truly no different from a dog. Yao Huiyu's expression was full of anger. Ling Han had actually sent out such a thing to fight him. How much did Ling Han look down on him? He unleashed his sword, pointed at Ling Han, and said, fight me. The rock spirit saw it and was instantly enraged. I'm acting cute here so that the master will think of me from time to time, giving me good rocks to eat. How dare you point a sword at my master? What are you implying? It got up and roared at Yao Huiyu with its mouth wide open. Hong. The sound wave were visible to the eye as it surged towards Yao Huiyu, shockingly terrifying. Now, the rock spirit had advanced into the late stage of the spiritual infant tier, and on top of its identity as a spirit of the 5 elements, it was a king amongst kings. Its strength was frighteningly formidable. Yao Huiyu's hair was scattered, whistling and fluttering in the hurricane. He stared at the rock spirit and didn't dare to be careless again. He took a deep breath, his expression grave as he knew this would be a fierce enemy. Fight in the skies. Ling Han dismissed them. The rock spirit immediately soared into the sky. It hadn't reached the deity transformation tier anyway, and couldn't extract the earth's power to strengthen itself, so fighting in the sky made no difference to it at all. Yao Huiyu also rose into the sky and carried out a fierce battle with the rock spirit. Ling Han didn't even look at Jia Ming, and looked at the unfamiliar youngster, and said, what are you called, sir? Xu Xiu Ran, this youngster said indifferently, and also gave Ling Han a smile. His 2 rows of teeth were shockingly white. So he was Xu Xiu Ran. He looked really ordinary. Once the small Saber King appeared, his entire body was bound with Saber Chi, but this person was rumored to have achieved Saber Heart, or at least half a Saber Heart, yet looked ordinary. The gap was truly big. Ling Han, however, was greatly alarmed within. Was this returning to the natural state? He was proud within, and said, you and he go together. He pointed Jia Ming. Humph. Jia Ming just turned around to leave, and said, Xu Xiu Ran, this brat is for you to deal with. I sense that there's a fortune for me in the seas and don't have time to waste on this nobody. He paused in his tracks and turned to look at Zhu Xian Er and Wenren Xian Xian, revealing a savagely grim smile. You're all my. Xiu. He sprung up and leapt towards the great sea. When he landed, he stepped on the surface of the water and sprang back up, leaping completely with brute force, but his speed was still surprisingly fast. Xu Xiu Ran stood with his hands behind his back and said, Ling Han, you've killed a disciple of the Absolute Saber Sect, and as Absolute Saber Sect's next sect master, I have to get justice for him. Chapter 707, Battling Xu Xiu Ran. Reverie _ Henyi. Bulsh * T. Ling Han shouted coldly. Since the ancient times, how many people has the Absolute Saber Sect killed, and why doesn't it do justice to those that it killed? This is a world of jungle justice, so cut the crap and talk with strength. Xu Xiu Ran wasn't irritated, simply smiling, and said, what right have you to talk about strength in front of me? And who the hell are you? Ling Han gave tit for tat. Xu Xiu Ran flicked his finger, and Wang, a saber ray immediately swirled towards Ling Han. The saber ray was like a flash of lightning, dazzlingly painful to the eyes. Ling Han greeted it with a punch, striking extremely precisely against the saber ray. Zhi! The saber ray was as if corporeal and pushed Ling Han backwards, sending him sliding back for more than 30 meters. Zhu Xian Er and the others were shocked. Xu Xiu Ran was too strong, ridiculously strong. Xu Xiu Ran grinned, and said, I was constantly cultivating Saber Heart before, so my tier progression was very slow. After finally achieving Saber Heart, I focused on improving my cultivation, leaping from the spiritual infant tier to the deity transformation tier. *T, could tears be broken through simply by focusing on it? This was a fucking freak, cultivating Saber Heart at 21 to 22 years of age and even advancing into the deity transformation tier at similar age. He was so powerful that it made people's hairs stand on end. Ling Han retracted his fist. Fresh blood dripped down from his fist and landed on the grass, yet it let out a thunderous sound. His tier was too high, and on top of physical cultivation, each drop of blood was as heavy as a lofty mountain. He cultivated the diamond body, and his physique was comparable to rare metal of the deity transformation tier, but he was actually injured by a Xu Xiu Ran saber ray flicked from a finger. It was clear how shocking Xu Xiu Ran's battle prowess was. An even higher tier and the addition of Saber Heart made Xu Xiu Ran's saber ray truly reach an all-conquering level. It was shot out with flick of a finger, and if a 10th tier spirit tool were to be used? Ling Han pondered for a moment, then cracked a smile. I haven't reached 20 years old this year, and I'm certain to cross into the deity transformation tier at 20 years old. Sword Heart isn't incomprehensible to me either. Aren't you embarrassing yourself by comparing your talent to mine? Hearing those words, everyone nearby was visibly moved. Yes, they only saw the power of Xu Xiu Ran's finger-flicked saber ray, and forgot Ling Han's age and strength. He was a freak who wasn't any inferior. Xu Xiu Ran smiled, and said, "How could the heart of martial arts be easy to comprehend? I studied the saber when I was 5, and even held the saber when I was sleeping, accompanying the saber, being one with the saber, and it still took 16 years to grasp Saber Heart. That's because you're too stupid. For a genius like me, 5 to 6 years is enough." Ling Han was full of confidence. In his former life, he'd only formed a few flashes of sword chi, which was unbearably wretched in comparison, and obviously was of no help to his sword path in this life. Thus, his confidence wasn't unfounded, and he certainly was kick-ass. In the former life, his attainments in alchemy had surpassed the ancestors and amazed the contemporaries because he'd spent all his efforts on alchemy. In this life, he'd spent them all on martial arts and the sword path, and would also burst with dazzling radiance. Xu Xiu Ran was astounded. Listing his attainments actually couldn't attack Ling Han's confidence. No matter whether it was 21-year-old deity transformation tier warrior or cultivating Saber Heart, both were surprising records that created history. But Ling Han was still so confident. Was this guy a fool? No matter what, he couldn't break down Ling Han's confidence with words. He beckoned casually, and a stalk of grass was caught in his hand. He said, "Then I'll use this grass as a saber to cut off your head, spilling your blood all across this stretch of wilderness." How arrogant, using a grass as a saber to behead a genius such confidence. Ling Han, however, didn't dare to be careless. Reaching their level, a grass or a leaf could unleash the greatest of might. He also pulled up a stalk of grass, and said, "Then I shall see for myself." The stronger the opponent, the greater his pressure, and the more likely it was that he would comprehend Sword Heart. Sword Heart, the third and the highest stage on the sword path, but different from Sword Ray, it didn't need to be constructed upon the basis of comprehension of Sword Chi and Sword Ray. It was called the third stage because it was easier to comprehend Sword Heart after forming the other two. However, this wasn't unconditional. Ling Han had already formed the Sword Ray. The higher his cultivation, the more powerful it would be, but no matter how strong it became, he wouldn't be able to naturally reach the Sword Heart. Sword Heart was a completely new sort of understanding. Ling Han was full of confidence. He'd once received Feng Peiyun's sword intent, and a shred of this great swordsman's Sword Heart gave him a clear direction. It was not copying Feng Peiyun's Sword Heart, but letting him know what Sword Heart was and how to walk this path. "Come, give me pressure." Ling Han cracked a smile and initiated the attack, thrusting the grass in hand, and instantly, Sword Ray was ablaze, blinding the eyes. Xu Xiu Ran obviously wouldn't fear to fight him, and struck out with the saber in hand while also deploying a saber ray, slashing towards Ling Han. Ling Han leapt up into the sky. Come fight unrestrainedly in the sky. Wrong, this was never a duel, but your execution. Xu Xiu Ran followed into the sky and swung the grass repeatedly. The saber rays intertwined and danced in the sky, extremely terrifying. Ling Han deployed the demon fairy step, and with the blessing of the thunderclap ninth heaven, his speed was fast like a ghost, extremely strange. But what shocked everyone was that Xu Xiu Ran's speed wasn't any inferior to his. Apparently, although he didn't learn the thunderclap ninth heaven, he'd also mastered a surprising movement art, which allowed his speed to cross a tier, barely being able to compare with that of heaven tier elites. This made his speed no slower than Ling Han's. The two people fought speed with speed, moving at a speed comparable to heaven tier elites, fast to the point that the people below couldn't even capture them with the naked eye. The people with somewhat lower strength even began to puke. The pressure on Ling Han was enormous. Each step was accompanied by the danger of death. What was Saber Heart? The core of martial arts was all the same, allowing martial arts sensory abilities to increase to a terrifying level. No matter where the attack came from, they could grasp it immediately, and they could also seize the opponent's weak point, releasing the swiftest and fiercest of attacks. In other words, no matter how Ling Han attacked, Xu Xiu Ran could react immediately, and his attacks would be completely without a trace. On top of Xu Xiu Ran having cultivation in the higher tier, he had a clear advantage in power, and every saber strike of his was lethal, extremely frightening. To Ling Han's advantage was his formidable physique. Even if he was struck occasionally, the saber ray would only cut open his skin, and never hurt his meridians. With the circulation of the indestructible heaven scroll, his injuries would immediately heal. Hunyao wouldn't laugh and joke for the first time, her small face tense. Ling Han definitely wasn't worse than Xu Xiu Ran, but there was a big gap in cultivation, after all. Ling Han, go, go. Beat the hell out of this guy. Hunyao suddenly raised her small fists and cheered on Ling Han. Chapter 708, Broken Saber. Absolute Saber. Reverie _ Henyi. Ling Han and Xu Xiu Ran battled fiercely. In the skies were stunning saber rays and sword rays, making it seem as if the sky would collapse and the stars would fall. In contrast, Yao Huiyu and the Golem's battle immediately paled in comparison. Although they were also kings amongst kings, they clearly fell a notch short compared to Ling Han and Xu Xiu Ran. Even if everyone couldn't capture Ling Han and Xu Xiu Ran's figures, they were still paying attention to their battle. At least, the flashes of saber rays and sword rays could be seen, clashing fiercely against each other in the sky. Xu Xiu Ran suddenly stopped attacking, and said, "I'm now somewhat fond of your talent. Ling Han, if you enter my sect and acknowledge me as your teacher, I can spare your life." Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "I use swords, and if I go to the Absolute Saber Sect, are you guys planning to change your name to the Absolute Sword Sect and learn the sword from me?" Xu Xiu Ran said dully, "You've deviated from the essence. The world's martial arts are all connected, so what difference is there between saber and sword?" "Alright, then you can use swords from now on," Ling Han said with a smile. Xu Xiu Ran was silent momentarily, and said, "Today, I will behead you." "You've already said those words." "From the looks of it now, it's no different from farting," Ling Han said. Xu Xiu Ran ignored his ridicule and simply unleashed a saber. Pooh, some people immediately burst into laughter. If Xu Xiu Ran took out a 10th tier spirit tool, everyone definitely wouldn't be shocked. As the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the Absolute Saber Sect, and even the future sect master, what would be so strange about having a 10th tier spirit tool? However, this saber wasn't a 10th tier spirit tool, but a very unsightly rusty broken saber. If this were a treasured saber, then there would be too many treasured sabers in the world. Ling Han, however, looked grave as he fixed his eyes on that broken saber, and said, "Is it an antique?" "It's an antique." Xu Xiu Ran nodded, and stroked the blade with his finger, revealing an absent-minded look. From the age of 5, I've always accompanied this saber, but I still haven't received its full recognition till now. Recognition? Ling Han was shocked, and said, the tool's spirit hasn't died? This saber was so heavily damaged, would the tool spirit still be present? If there wasn't a tool spirit, there wouldn't be the saying of recognition. Xu Xiu Ran shook his head, and said, the tool spirit has long died, but the person who used this sword at the time was too powerful, so powerful that even after countless years, there's still a shred of his saber intent within the saber. Without the recognition of this shred of saber intent, it's impossible to exert its strongest power. Ling Han's fighting spirit was ablaze. With a smile, he said, then I shall experience it. Might as well tell you, this saber's name is Absolute Saber. Xu Xiu Ran suddenly looked up as endless saber lights burst from his eyes. Absolute Saber. Was Absolute Saber Sect named because of it? No, the Divine Realm also had an Absolute Saber Hall, or Absolute Saber Palace, a sect of sort. Anyway, it was named using the phrase, Absolute Saber, so could it possibly also be because of this saber? Which elite once used this saber? The founder of the Divine Realm's Absolute Saber Sect? Ling Han's expression was more graver now. This was extremely likely to be a divine tool, a broken divine tool. He pulled out the demon birth sword and formed a sword formula with his left hand, preparing for action. Hong, Xu Xiu Ran's dark hair suddenly rolled up as he stared at Ling Han. His expression became wild. The mottled saber began to emit radiance as if a supreme being was about to walk out from the blade, making everyone feel breathless and involuntarily start bowing. Ling Han lit up 4 vein-like patterns on the demon birth sword, but to his surprise, more vein-like patterns actually lit up on their own. The 10th tier spirit tool activated on its own. As expected, the saber intent within that broken saber was too terrifying. Stimulating demon birth sword's recovery. It made this spirit tool feel a great threat. If it didn't resist with all its strength, it would be broken. How terrifying was a 10th tier spirit tool at full power? It was equivalent to a shattering void tier elite. This meant that Xu Xiu Ran, who held Absolute Saber, qualified to fight a shattering void tier elite, the thought of which was absolutely numbing. What exactly was this saber? It was clearly without a tool spirit, and even the vein-like patterns on the blade no longer lit up. It was simply left with a shred of the first user's saber intent, but it was still powerful to such an inconceivable degree. What if Xu Xiu Ran's cultivation was even higher? Ling Han's expression stern. He communicated with Black Tower, saying, Small Tower, what do you think of that saber? More than enough to kill you, Small Tower said calmly. Can you say something pleasant? If I exhibit my power, I can destroy everything, Small Tower said. Ling Han was speechless. This guy would destroy everything at every turn. He sighed. I know you're very kick-ass, but can you say something more relevant? Small Tower paused shortly, and said, you can use a power boost. Combined with the demon birth sword, you'll have the power to fight him, otherwise, you're extremely likely to be slain. Ling Han was out of sorts. He'd advanced to spiritual infant tier and could use Black Tower's power boost again, but to use it at this place, he felt it somewhat not worth it. However, to have him run, then that would be even more unpleasant. Alright, give me a power boost. He immediately made up his mind. Xu Xiu Ran taking out that saber was absolutely cheating. Only shattering void tier elites could suppress it, and even heaven tier warriors would have to take a detour. How would he resist it without using his ultimate move? Hong. A great power surged in and Ling Han's aura immediately began to skyrocket, instantly breaking through the limit of the spiritual infant tiers, advancing into the deity transformation tier, and rocketing all the way to 3rd layer before stopping. Ling Han didn't stop and took out the last 5 revolutions black jade pill and swallowed it, raising his battle prowess again by 8 stars. Now, his battle prowess was infinitely near the shattering void tier. His peak stage in the former life, with the use of medicine, still had not been quite as good as now. Come battle. Ling Han activated the demon birth sword and charged towards Xu Xiu Ran. Xu Xiu Ran was obviously fearless and wielded his saber to parry. Pung! In the exchange of blows, Xu Xiu Ran was instantly sent flying, but a bloodstain also appeared on Ling Han's cheek, fresh blood dripping. Everyone was both shocked and puzzled. Earlier, Xu Xiu Ran clearly had the advantage in power, so why was it reversed now? But even so, Ling Han was still injured by the saber ray, although not heavily. Still, a wound was a wound. Ling Han touched his face and his hand was full of blood. Although Indestructible Heaven's scroll was activated, blood was still dripping. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. The saber intent within Absolute Saber was too strong, filled with destruction, stopping the restoration of Indestructible Heaven's scrolls. If Ling Han entered the Black Tower momentarily and borrowed the power of the Black Tower, he would be able to easily resolve this saber intent, but Ling Han had no intention of doing so at all. He hadn't been injured for a very long time, and this rare experience could make him feel the pressure between life and death. He let out a battle cry and charged towards Xu Xiu Ran once again. Hong! 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 The two great geniuses carried out a fierce exchange. Chapter 709, each taking a step back. Reverie _Henyi. However, at the current stage, Ling Han and Xu Xiu Ran weren't the ones leading the battle. The Demon Birth Sword and the Absolute Saber were. The martial intent within the Demon Birth Sword had already recovered, resisting Absolute Saber's terrifying saber intent. If it hadn't, the Demon Birth Sword could be cut in half by now. These two weapons were both of the Shattering Void tier, and with that comparison, no matter how freakish Ling Han and Xu Xiu Ran were, they were no longer the protagonists. However, their role was not to be neglected. No matter which one of them died in battle, the Demon Birth Sword or the Absolute Saber would also lose, and this battle would obviously be over. Ding, 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 in the fierce clash, countless rice-sized nicks already appeared on the Demon Birth Sword, and although the Absolute Saber had been tattered in the first place, it wasn't damaged further, apparently being a notch better. Such damage wasn't a big deal as long as the weapon was nourished. A 10th tier spirit tool could completely recover just like martial artists, having considerable healing ability. The condition was that the vein-like patterns on it weren't destroyed. This was the key as to why spirit tools were spirit tools. Evidently, in the clash between spirit tools, the Absolute Saber suppressed the Demon Birth Sword, but Ling Han's strength in turn suppressed Xu Xiu Ran's, giving him enough pressure, so he couldn't fully stimulate the saber intent within the Absolute Saber, pulling the battle prowess of both parties onto the same standard again. This was absolutely unfavorable for Ling Han. He'd relied on Black Tower's power boost and medicine to obtain his current battle prowess, and once his cultivation fell back down, he and the Demon Birth Sword were obviously going to be totally subdued. Not good news at all. Ling Han might as well not control the Demon Birth Sword. This spirit tool had already reactivated by itself and could completely fight alone. He took out the Sunset Bow under the premise of not being able to use the 3 styles of Black Origin. Archery was currently his strongest killer move. 3 mystical powers gathered simultaneously as Ling Han fired an arrow. Xiu, the sharp arrow turned into a streak of light, shooting towards Xu Xiu Ran. Xu Xiu Ran brandished his saber, and ding, Absolute Saber actually struck the arrow's shaft, easily slicing in half this treasured arrow forged with 8-tier rare metal. After this arrow was overcome, both of them were shocked. Ling Han was obviously shocked by Xu Xiu Ran's reaction. His current battle prowess reached the limit of the Heaven tier, and the annihilating Dragon Star arrow that was shot out was still blocked by Xu Xiu Ran. Xu Xiu Ran was even more shocked because he wasn't the one who struck it down. It was the saber intent within the Absolute Saber that blocked it. If it had been him, he'd already have been shot by the arrow. Frightening. Both of them labeled each other an opponent that they couldn't underestimate. After this, they no longer attacked. I have to correct myself, you indeed are a rare opponent, Xu Xiu Ran said with a smile. As things stand, I can't kill you. He was rather honest. Ling Han also smiled, and said, I can't kill you either. Then let's stop temporarily. Xu Xiu Ran put away the absolute saber. Next time we meet, if your progress isn't fast, then you'll only be killed by me. Likewise. Ling Han said. Xu Xiu Ran didn't look at the others, and simply trod on the sky and left. Ling Han stared at his back for a long time before landing. His battle prowess was raised by Black Tower's power boost and medicinal pills, but was Xu Xiu Ran's battle prowess truly his own? Obviously not. He definitely couldn't use the absolute saber too long, which was the reason why he retreated so resolutely. If both parties continued fighting, it would be a matter of seeing whose trump card could hold out longer, and life and death would be instantly decided the moment either couldn't. This was what neither of them wanted to see. So, Xu Xiu Ran proactively stopped the fight, and Ling Han also wasn't aggressive. Brother-in-law, damn. Li Fengyu muttered. The battle just now almost drove him crazy. One was in the spiritual infant tier, and the other was in the deity transformation tier, but both exhibited the battle prowess of the shattering void tier. Ling Han put away the demon birth sword. This spirit tool had many nicks and needed proper nourishment for a period of time. He obviously couldn't do it at the cultivation of the spiritual infant tier, but Black Tower could. Congratulations, Brother Ling, climbing to a greater peak again. Wenren Xian said sincerely. If Ling Han defeating the small Saber King only made people think he was hard to surpass, then that battle just now would be enough to make all geniuses despair. Ling Han and Xu Xiu Ran had already left the so-called geniuses far behind, reaching a height that the latter could only look up to. In the sky, the rock spirit and Yao Huiyu's battle also ended in a tie, and such a result made Yao Huiyu's face turn livid. He simply turned and left, having no face to talk to Zhu Xian. He couldn't even defeat Ling Han's puppet, so would he still have the face to challenge Ling Han? Go. Ling Han led everyone on their way, but didn't meet with the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing, simply bringing Yuan Shenghe with him. Everyone trod on the surface of the sea, and with their strength, they only needed to borrow a shred of power to be able to walk swiftly on water. Although the battle was over for a while, everyone still kept talking about Ling Han and Xu Xiu Ran. It was truly too stunning, and had them discussing enthusiastically and unable to stop. This sea region was ridiculously large and devoid of any islands, so they could only hasten on their way, not even having the chance to stop to eat a meal. Good thing was that after advancing into the flower blossom tier, food and drink was not a necessity, having some effect but by no means being substantial. They were constantly on the road and the scenery was the same, so everyone became more and more bored, no longer talking, simply wanting to leave this sea region quickly. Pung! All of a sudden, the waves split as an extremely thick tentacle came out, lashing towards Ling Han and the others. Ling Han greeted it with punches. His slender figure was absolutely unproportionally small in front of this giant tentacle. Peng! He was immediately sent flying, but the tentacle also paused slightly, giving the others time to spread out. This wasn't the first time they'd encountered a surprise attack on the sea, but this surprise attack was the most powerful of all so far. Deity Transformation Tier Beast. Ling Han flew back. His power was no match for it, but his physique was too powerful, not fearing a head-on fight. This beast didn't reveal its true body, and simply waved a tentacle. Seems like an octopus? People guessed. Everyone mainly lived on the land, and had little contact with the sea, which was territory that belonged to the sea people. Shio, that tentacle lashed over again, and the sea undulated as another tentacle emerged, attacking as well. With the power of the deity transformation tier in addition to that amount, the striking power definitely reached the peak of the deity transformation tier. No one dared to face it directly, even the rock spirit didn't dare to take it on. Only a freak like Ling Han was qualified to exchange blows with it. Grilled octopus. Grilled octopus. Hunyo cheered and flew towards a large tentacle. Judging by her stance, she was going to forcibly cut one off. The rabbit waved and said, "Bring Uncle Rabbit a piece." Ling Han laughed loudly, unleashed the demon birth sword, and charged over. A deity transformation tier beast was obviously a greatly tonic thing, so how could he miss out on it after seeing one? Chapter 710, Myrietes' Treasured Pearl. Reverie _Henyi. Everyone fought the tentacle monster together. Ling Han was obviously the main force, as except for him, no one else could withstand the beast's whipping. After he'd blocked the tentacle monster's attack, Hunyo and the others took advantage of it to unleash their power, cutting this beast and collecting its flesh. However, this great beast's defense was astonishing, and sabers and swords were absolutely useless. It was as slippery as if it was coated with a layer of oil, and it had excellent elasticity, which also had the effect of neutralizing the power of enemy attacks. Only two people could pose a threat to it: Ling Han and Hunyo. Ling Han had the demon birth sword, which was extremely sharp, and Hunyo had sharp claws that could tear apart the tentacle monster's skin. Ripping off a large chunk of meat at one seat was an absolutely horrendous level of violence. The gold-seeking rat shrank in Xu Xiu Ran's arms and covered its eyes with its small claws, not daring to watch anymore. This little girl was too savage and fierce, and she thought constantly about its flesh. Thinking about it was deadly frightening. The tentacle monster was furious, raising even more tentacles to attack Ling Han and Hunyo, but it only had a total of 8 tentacles. Waving them, it stirred up the sea and rolled up a tsunami that was at least 30 meters high. This beast was really enormous. The tentacles revealed above the sea's surface alone were over 300 meters long, and the parts within the water were definitely larger, easily stirring up raging tides. Ling Han had wanted to charge into the sea to cut down this tentacle's true body, but once he was in the sea, he discovered that something was off. The water's pressure was surprisingly immense, pressing him such that even his bones crackled. If he were to venture to the bottom of the sea, his entire body would be squished into pieces. After fighting for half a day, the tentacle monster retreated in defeat in the end, leaving a long tentacle, which was broken off by Ling Han and Hunyo together. One cut with a sword and one tore with claws, and forcibly kept the monster's huge tentacle. If it weren't so, that large monster might not have retreated. Seeing Ling Han store the tentacle in the Black Tower, Wenren Qian, the Li siblings, and Yuan Sheng he were left speechless. Just how large was this guy's spatial tool, being able to store a tentacle that large? There's grilled fish to eat. Hunyo smiled happily. They advanced. It was obviously not a suitable place to grill fish, so they had to wait until they arrived on land if they wanted to cook it. However, on the second day, they immediately encountered the tentacle monster's surprise attack again, and it actually grew back the tentacle that had been severed on the previous day. It could be seen very clearly that that tentacle was somewhat shorter, and the color of it was brighter. If it weren't so, Ling Han and the others would definitely have thought that this was another tentacle monster. The result of the battle was that the tentacle monster again contributed a tentacle, which was stored in Ling Han's pocket. On the third day, it came again, and then left a tentacle again. Everyone was speechless. Were you coming to hunt or to give gifts? On the fourth day, this tentacle beast came as expected. This time, Ling Han and the others already made a plan in advance. After Ling Han heavily damaged the tentacle monster with annihilating dragon star arrow, rock spirit and Hunyo would join forces to grab a tentacle, forcibly dragging it out from the sea floor. It was an absolute leviathan. Its tentacles actually reached more than 15,000 meters long from its body. To everyone's surprise, while they'd thought this was a super large octopus, this large guy's body actually shrank into a clam shell. This clam shell was obviously astonishingly large, with its 300-meter-long body like an underwater palace. When the battle shifted into the sky, the tentacle monster's battle prowess decreased greatly, and it was ganged up on by everyone. Finally, its 8 tentacles were severed, without giving it any time to grow them back, and then its shell was broken open as it was torn to shreds. Everyone cried out in surprise, seeing a large pearl at the center of the clam shell. Even at a distance, the spirit qi within the pearl could be felt, calming people as if they could comprehend the truth of martial arts with it. It would take at least 1,000 years for such a large pearl to grow, right? Li Feng, you guessed Wenren Qian shook her head, and said, definitely more than that. I've seen millennium pearls, which were only the size of fists. This one is about the size of a millstone. Ling Han also nodded. In his former life, he'd also seen some millennium pearls, which were ground to powder and added to ingredients to greatly improve the effect of pill formation. They were about the size of fists, far from this one's. The longer things live, the rarer they are. This giant clam lived for countless years, possibly several thousand or over 10,000 years, he said. According to my conjecture, this giant clam was captured by this tentacle monster, and its shell was also taken over, with it slowly digesting the power of the pearl. It could grow new limbs so quickly because it was its own specialty and due to the benefits this pearl provided. Xu Xiu Ran was shocked, and said, in other words, this pearl was originally even larger? It should have been so. Ling Han nodded. We got rich, such a large pearl, how much origin crystals can it sell for? Li Fengyu's eyes were full of sparkling stars. Such a treasure, you're actually going to use it to exchange for origin crystals? Yuan Chenghe sneered. As short-sighted as a rat. The gold-seeking rat was instantly annoyed. When did this baby offend you? It stared at Yuan Chenghe, grinding its teeth and wishing to bite him. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, we should thank this beast, not only gifting us large amounts of beast meat, but also a Myrietes one treasured pearl. I think this is the one and only in the entire vast lands. There were originally very few clams that could live for 10 millennia. Normally, their lifespan was several hundred years, and to produce a Myrietes treasured pearl, it not only had to have a long life, but also be lucky, not being hurt by any living creatures during that time. This old clam ultimately hadn't escaped its fate of being eaten. The tentacle monster's tentacles were all-pervasive, and it was able to worm into the old clam's tightly shut shell, absorbing all of its flesh. It definitely met its bane. Ling Han stored away the pearl. This pearl was too precious, and if it were shattered, at least half the essence within would be lost. That would be what a fool would do. He took the pearl and gave the Li siblings and Wenren Qian some spirit liquid as compensation. Everyone was delighted. After all, killing the tentacle monster was mainly the work of Ling Han and Hunyo. Yuan Chenghe didn't get anything, but he wasn't displeased. This was because Ling Han treated him as one of his own, and splitting something with him would be treating him as a stranger. His attitude also changed, starting as unconvinced to now being completely convinced, and that was mainly because he saw the gap between him and Ling Han. At this moment, 3 people flew over from afar, apparently with a clear target in mind. 2 were old and 1 young. The 2 old people were in the deity transformation tier, and that youngster was in the flower blossom tier, yet the latter shockingly walked in the front, something that seemed somewhat unusual. Martial arts world was most particular about the pecking order. Hand over that treasured pearl, and you guys can get lost, the youngster commanded. When his gaze swept by Xu Xiu Ran, his eyes couldn't help but shoot out radiance. He pointed over and continued, she stays. Hooray, hooray, we'll sell her to you. Hunyo immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Chapter 711, 3 Kinds of People. Reverie _ Henyi. Hunyo always viewed Xu Xiu Ran as a rival, constantly thinking of packing her up and sending her away. Therefore, if someone wanted Xu Xiu Ran, she would obviously raise both hands and feet in favor. That youngster looked proud and took it for granted. With his identity, could he not get a woman that he wanted? However, this woman was truly beautiful, exceptionally gorgeous and unparalleled. Normally, the 2 beauties by her side alone would also tempt him, but now, his eyes only had room for 1 person. Too beautiful. How could there be such a beauty who simply shouldn't be on earth, but a fairy from the 9th heaven? He frowned, and said, what are you guys still staring blankly for? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh, and said, needless to say, you're definitely some spoiled second generation that harms the family as is his duty, and diligently advances towards his target, a typical person who courts disaster. That youngster snorted, and said, I'm Yu Xianming, and my ancestor is a heaven-tier elite. So is the third and seventh forefather. 3 heaven-tier warriors in one family, this was indeed kick-ass. Placed in Ling Han's former life, this was unimaginable, but now that martial arts flourished, shattering void-tier elites were even in the hundreds, so what were 3 heaven-tier elites in one family? Ling Han gave a plain "oh," and said, a heaven-tier force, I indeed can't beat it for now. This was the truth. If he were to battle a heaven-tier warrior, he would have to reach the deity transformation tier first when the time came. It obviously wouldn't be a problem for him to rival a heaven tier with his freakishness, fully surpassing his peak battle prowess in the previous life. Thinking about it, this really was like a dream. How many years did he cultivate in this life? Good that you know you're a nobody, so why don't you hand over the treasured pearl? Yu Xianming shouted coldly. He had always been self-satisfied, and Ling Han's slight refusal already made him extremely displeased, provoking his killing intent. What if I don't hand it over? You're going to hit me? Ling Han said with a smile. Yu Xianming pointed his finger at Ling Han and said, not hit you, but beat the hell out of you. Senior Zhu, Senior Yang, take them all down, he said as he turned to the 2 old men. Yes, young master, the 2 deity transformation tier old men replied respectfully. One of them was called Zhu Bai, and the other one was called Yang Chong. According to reason, they shouldn't have to listen to a youngster, but this youngster was the most talented one in the 3 generations of the Yu family, so the 2 of them were assigned to Yu Xianyin as guardians. Although they were his guardians officially, in fact, they were bodyguards, hatchet men, high-class slaves, you name it, but it couldn't be helped who told the Yu family to be powerful and have 3 heaven-tier elites. I most dislike 3 kinds of people. Yu Xianming pretended to be profound on the side. The first kind, an idiot that has no ability, yet acts arrogant. The second kind, the ones who don't eat spice one. The third kind, the ones who disobey my orders. These 3 kinds of people that fall into my hands all end up the same. Dead. As he spoke, Zhu Bai and Yang Chong had already charged towards Ling Han and the others, raising their hands with martial intent circulating. A large red tiger charged out from one person's body, while the other person unleashed a white crane formed by interwoven vein-like patterns. The terrifying auras alone could make low-tier martial artists unable to lift their heads. This was a mystery realm, and people dying here was something perfectly normal, so the 2 of them attacked without mercy. Unfortunately, Ling Han and the others were all kings among martial artists, and wouldn't be overwhelmed by their auras. At most, their faces would turn slightly pale because of the seemingly tangible presence, but the effects on their battle prowess would be extremely limited. Ling Han laughed, and said, Qinghe, you take care of one. Yuan Qinghe was shocked. He was only in the spiritual infant tier, so how could he resist a deity transformation tier warrior? He indeed was a genius and a very strong one, but he definitely couldn't surpass a large tier to fight a deity transformation tier opponent. But since Ling Han had spoken, he could only brace himself and fight. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, Small rock, you go help him. Ong. The rock spirit roared angrily, and peng, 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 stomped heavily on the ground, fighting alongside Yuan Qinghe. Yuan Qinghe was instantly greatly reassured. He knew of the rock spirit's strength. Its power was at the spiritual infant tier, but its ability to withstand blows was definitely deity transformation tier level. With it as a meat shield, everything would be fine. Ling Han went on, Hunyo, you take care of the other one. All right. Hunyo immediately jumped out. She was very unhappy that Zhu Xian, the alluring woman, again hadn't been sold. Brother Ling, Qian also wants to fight, Wenren Qian said. All right. Ling Han nodded. Zhu Bai and Yang Chong were greatly infuriated. These few juniors actually dared to treat them like nothing and discuss how to divide them up, absolutely daring and ignorant. Hunyo charged up to Yang Chong, while Yuan Qinghe and the other 2 fought Zhu Bai together. Peng, 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 the battles immediately started. Once the fight started, however, Zhu Bai and Yang Chong were visibly disconcerted. *T, how come these juniors are so strong? Zhu Bai was alright. Yuan Shenghe and the other two were outstanding, but they didn't have deity transformation tier battle prowess, and completely relied on the rock spirit as a shield, enduring the majority of Zhu Bai's attacks. Wenren Xian and Yuan Sheng were actually fighting in and out, and didn't dare to fight him head-on. This obviously allowed him to take the complete initiative, having a great advantage in fighting the three alone, or this was how it should have been. When deity transformation tier warriors were against spiritual infant tier ones, even 1 against 100 was an effortless fight to them, but 2 youngsters and a puppet held him back, which shocked him greatly. If he was just shocked, then Yang Chong was frightened out of his wits. Hu Niu was too fast. At the start, he'd obviously viewed Hu Niu as a joke, who would take a 7 to 8-year-old girl seriously. But once Hu Niu attacked, he knew he'd definitely made an error in judgment. Xiu, Xiu, Xiu. Hu Niu turned into lightning and constantly flashed around him, punching with her small fist fiercely where he was unprepared to receive an attack. Defending with his shield formed by origin power, he still staggered from the blow. It couldn't be helped. He didn't know where Hu Niu's fist was attacking from, and could only arrange origin power defense all over his body. With the origin power scattered all over, how could he rival Hu Niu's full-powered punch? He wanted to counterattack. After all, Hu Niu was only at the spiritual infant tier, and it would definitely be game over if he hit her once. However, the problem was here: he couldn't capture Hu Niu's figure, and could only take a beating. Niu's ultimate move, invincible spinning punch. Super groin kick. A chrysanthemum 2 kick. Then kick the balls, beat the eggs, and the chicken flies. Hu Niu attacked without scruples. Who could expect so much from a little girl? On top of her small body and attacking the 3 lower parts, Yang Chong's face turned green. If he were to be hit once, he would lose his virtue in old age. Zhu Bai and Yang Chong's strength were about the same, but their circumstances were of 2 different worlds. Ling Han looked towards Yu Xianning with a smile, and said, "I'm different from you. I only dislike one kind of person. Do you know what kind?" Chapter 712, Pummeled. Reverie _ Henyi. The 2 powerful hatchet men were actually entangled. Yu Xianying's expression was obviously somewhat pale, but he still wasn't alarmed, because Yu family's backing made him full of confidence. One family with 3 heaven-tier elites other than the 5 great sects, how many other forces could compare with it? Therefore, he was obviously calm and collected, believing that no matter how daring Ling Han was, he wouldn't dare attack him. The 7th patriarch came here personally, but he was young and aggressive, wanting to venture alone, so he separated from the 7th patriarch. Daring to attack him, you didn't want your life anymore? What upset him was that if these people couldn't be taken down, the treasured pearl and the fairy would have nothing to do with him. Yu Xianying said coldly, "Oh, what kind of person do you dislike?" "I'll listen for the time being." Ling Han said, "I dislike people who make me dislike them." This was a little roundabout, and to say it was to say nothing. Yu Xianying snorted, and said, "You're provoking me?" "Provoking you?" Ling Han laughed, and said, "You have too much respect for yourself. Who are you to deserve my provocation? I've got nothing to do, so might as well start with you. *T, so you're provoking me?" Yu Xianying said coldly, "Might as well tell you, my family's 7th patriarch also entered the mystery realm, so if you don't want to die, hand over the treasured pearl immediately and leave this woman. And, slap yourself 30 times and leave an arm." The more he looked at Ling Han, the more annoyed he became, because this guy put an arm around Zhu Xian'er's slender waist, making him burn with envy. How domineering. Ling Han looked towards Li Fengyu with a smile, and said, "Brotherly, how about I leave this guy for you to pummel?" "Sure, I'll definitely beat the crap out of him." Li Fengyu nodded. The corner of Zhu Xian'er's and Li Zixian's mouths twitched, almost retching. "Brother, can you not be so disgusting?" Li Zixian said. They had been brazenly freeloading by Ling Han's side. If he made people feel revolted, what would they do if they weren't brought along to play? Li Fengyu laughed mischievously and took large strides towards Yu Xianning. He said, "Damned brat, you even dare to have ideas about my sister. If I don't beat you till you can't take care of yourself, I'll assume your surname. Who had ideas about your sister? Don't you speak recklessly." "Humph, you court death." Yu Xianning was obviously fearless. Both were in the flower blossom tier, and he was a genius. What was a genius? Someone invincible in the same tier. He unleashed a long sword, which was a 6th-tier spirit toolet was consistent with his tier, and he could unleash 90% of its power. In case of a spirit tool not nourished by oneself, with different martial intent, it would be impossible to unleash 100% of its power in the end. Li Fengyu laughed and waved his hand as he said, "You're no match for me." "Why?" Yu Xianning said in a low voice. His killing intent overflowingly big mouth's cheap mouth art was so amazing that Li Fengyu had already successfully replaced Ling Han as the person that Yu Xianning wanted to kill. "Because I've got a saber and a sword. Having one more saber than you, how could you possibly compare to me?" Li Fengyu said proudly, shaking his hands, and a sword and a saber appeared as expected. This. Yu Xianning was almost angered to death. This guy was actually teasing him. He roared angrily and brandished his sword at Li Fengyu. Xiu, 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 9 flashes of sword chi flew freely, their power not at all weak. As expected, being able to become the descendant the family focused on to nurture, his martial arts talent was quite amazing. 9 flashes of sword chi already approached the level of Ray, and considering that he was only in the flower blossom tier, it was indeed worthy of praise. Li Fengyu wasn't weak either. As he struck with the saber and the sword, 5 flashes of sword chi and 4 flashes of saber chi were unleashed. The number of flashes equaled Yu Xianying's. Hong. They exchanged one blow and retreated more than 10 steps. Their expressions became cautious. An expert. They both thought, and became extremely careful. In an expert's fight, one wrong move and the whole game could be lost. Obviously, no one dared to let their guard down. Ding, 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 they immediately started fighting again, their clash producing countless sparks. "You're very strong," Yu Xianning said. "But you're definitely no match for me." "You're not weak either," Li Fengyu said. "But you're definitely going to be beaten till you'll be searching for your teeth all over the ground." Ling Han sighed, and said, "These two people really think themselves strong?" Xu Xian laughed faintly with her mouth covered, and said, "They're standing on a mountain and can only see the peak in front, but they don't know that they'll see an even higher peak after conquering this one." Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, Xian becoming more and more philosophical. The battles were fierce on all 3 sides, but Ling Han yawned. Except for Hunyo's battle, which was somewhat worth watching, the others were truly dull. Nyo's rising dragon punch. Hunyo shouted in a sweet voice. Her small body soared upwards and she punched Yang Cheng's chin, also sending this old man into the sky. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, along with 10 broken teeth. Pa, he lay on the ground with his eyes open, but only the whites of his eyes could be seen. Hunyo had beaten his brain into mush with that punch, so he couldn't be any more dead than this. Aya, no more teeth, how will you eat meat in the future? Hunyo tilted her head and thought for a while, then clapped her hands, and said, Never mind, you're already dead anyway, no need to eat meat. Her wild nature had never faded, and she always had a murderous disposition. Once she attacked, it would naturally to kill. Old Yang. Zhu Bai cried out. Yang Chong, who was his equal, had actually died so easily in the hands of a little girl, making goosebumps rise all over his body and constricting even his heart. So, Hunyo's murderous disposition had been fully unleashed, and her eyes targeted Yu Xianning as she suddenly pounced on him. Blood spilled across the sky as Xu Xianning was instantly torn into many pieces, dying unintact. The little girl's gaze targeted Xu Xian. She opened her mouth, the ominous glint in her eyes ablaze. Xiao, she charged over and reached out with her hands, her 10 fingers like tiger claws, emitting a chill. Ling Han hurriedly leapt backwards with Xu Xian and said, Hunyo, stop, don't think I don't know you're faking it. No fun. Hunyo immediately withdrew the ominous glint and reverted to her cute look, pursing her lips. Can't Hunyo take the opportunity to kill her? Xu Xian felt a lingering fear. She'd thought Hunyo had gone berserk, but it was only fake to kill her while she was lost in a frenzy. Seemed like she really was quite a threat in Hunyo's mind. The butcher's knife must never be swung at one's own people, got it? Ling Han said seriously. But, she's not one of our own. Hunyo protested and played with her fingers. Nyo's only with Ling Han. Ling Han was speechless. The little girl's exclusive mindset was really shocking as it had never changed at all over the years. Yuan Shenghe walked over and said apologetically, Young Master Han, that old man ran away. Still, he was somewhat proud on the inside. 3 spiritual infant tier beings acted together to chase away a deity transformation tier elite. This was an amazing accomplishment, and would definitely be something to brag about. Chapter 713, Admittance. Reverie _Henyi. Ran away? Ling Han looked into the distance, but Zhu Bai had already disappeared without a trace. Even if he and Hunyo chased him now, it was basically impossible to catch up. Earlier, it was precisely because Hunyo had caused a scene that Zhu Bai seized the opportunity. Otherwise, if Ling Han and Hunyo had been watching out for him, at least a deity transformation tier warrior like him definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. Yu family indeed is a powerful heaven tier force, and under the 5 great sects, they can rank as a first-grade force, Wenren Qian said, looking somewhat worried. 3 heaven tier elites in one family, who dared to treat them lightly? Besides, Yu family's 7th ancestor also entered the historic site. If Zhu Bai were to tell the 7th ancestor about what happened here, then we're in big trouble, she continued. Ling Han was not afraid. He had the Black Tower, and at worst, he could temporarily hide from the trouble. With his progression speed, he could probably advance into the deity transformation tier at the end of the year, and killing normal heaven tier elites wouldn't be out of the question then. With Black Tower's power boost, he could even fight shattering void tier opponents. His gaze swept by everyone as he said, if heaven tier elites come, I do have a way to deal with them, but this involves my trump card. I'm thinking about whether I can trust you guys or not. Being glanced at one by one, everyone's hearts tensed up. Ling Han's gaze was filled with deterrent power, and his entire person emitted the aura of a king, making them subconsciously feel inferior. Ling Han paused, and said, I'll show you guys a treasure, but the condition is that you guys must be of one mind and heart with me and never betray me. So, those who want to keep going stay, and the rest can leave. His words were obviously aimed at the Li siblings, Wenren Qian, Yuan Shenghe, and the rabbit. The Li siblings looked at each other and were the first to declare their position. They said, we as brother and sister are willing to advance and retreat with young Master Han, riding on young Master Han's smoothly sailing ship. They didn't doubt in the least bit Ling Han's strength and potential. Yuan Shenghe also said, I am young Master Han's follower to begin with. The rabbit chewed on a spirit medicine, and said, you brats still owe Uncle Rabbit 2 dragons blood overlord ginseng, so Uncle Rabbit obviously won't go. Only Wenren Qian was hesitant. She was also the genius of a region and had her own pride, rejecting Jia Ming who admired her without hesitation, so she obviously wouldn't easily make a promise. And seeing Ling Han's stance, which was clearly to take them as subordinates, it was something her sense of self-respect couldn't allow. She contemplated for a long while, then said, Brother Ling, I'll be leaving for now. Ling Han nodded, smiling, and said, we're friends, so if there's any troubles in the future, there's no harm in telling me. If it's accomplishable, I definitely won't decline. Wenren Xian was obviously overjoyed, and said quickly, then thank you, Brother Ling. She nodded at everyone and then leapt up, flying fast into the distance. Ling Han took a glance at everyone, and said, I'll bring everyone to a place, don't resist my divine sense. Xiao, he brought everyone into the Black Tower. Ah. N. The three people and the rabbit all cried out in surprise. What was this place? It was definitely not the mystery realm earlier. Could it be that Ling Han could carry a small world with him? Ling Han smiled and said, this is my spatial spirit tool. It can accommodate living beings. The three people instantly revealed shocked expressions. A spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living beings was unheard of. The rabbit gasped in astonishment and said, Brat, this isn't a spirit tool, but a divine tool. A divine tool? Even Xu Xiu Ran cried out in surprise. Correct. The rabbit nodded. My ancient ancestor ascended into the divine realm, but long ago, there were still some special methods to communicate with the lower realm, so Uncle Rabbit also knows some things about the divine realm. A space that can accommodate living things. Only gods have the mighty ability to extract and refine it into a microscopic space that can be carried on one's body, and that is only doable by the mighty even amongst the gods. You guys can see, the mystery realm we were in earlier is actually also a separate space that can accommodate living beings, but it can't be carried away and is fixed at a certain location instead, layering on top of the normal space. To compress a small world into a mustard seed one is too difficult, and the larger the space, the harder it is to do. Normal space would squeeze against it, and the larger it is, the easier it is for it to collapse. So, our spatial rings are all very small. Everyone nodded. Normally speaking, spatial rings were only the size of a box, and those reaching the size of a house were extremely rare. They knew that the larger the space of the spirit tool, the harder it was to make it, but hadn't known the reason why it was so hard, and only now they finally understood. So, a mystery realm was always in a fixed place, unlike spatial rings that could be carried around. With it fixed in place, it would be like building a house. The foundation could be laid in advance, and then the walls could be strengthened that way. It wouldn't collapse easily. Everyone looked at the terrifying space of the Black Tower and gasped in astonishment. This was completely comparable to the size of a mystery realm. Only Ling Han knew that Black Tower space was larger than any mystery realms he'd ever seen, even larger than all of them added together. It's definitely the handiwork of a god, everyone cried out in shock. Ling Han smiled. They only knew that the Black Tower space was large, but they didn't know Black Tower's special abilities. For example, planting spirit medicine and producing the essence of the earth, the essence of water, and even that Black Tower unleashing its might could destroy a realm. Black Tower was more than just a spatial divine tool. On the contrary, this was probably its least important feature. Such a divine tool, if put in the divine realm, it's guaranteed to be fought over, not to mention one with a space that large, the rabbit concluded. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, You say it as if you've been to the divine realm. The rabbit snorted. It wanted to brag, but seeing Hu Nyo's fierce gaze sweep over, it instantly stopped. Ling Han said, So, even if a shattering void tier elite charges over, I still have the ability to save myself. And our ambition is to split the skies. Split the skies? Yuan Shenghe and the Li siblings were all shocked. What was splitting the skies? Breaking open the skies and bringing the vast lands into the divine realm. Ling Han explained. What? Yuan Shenghe and the Li siblings were shocked numb. Did they hear wrong? This was too shocking. Bringing all the living spirits of an entire land the divine realm, could this be done? Splitting the skies is obviously very difficult, so everyone needs to cooperate and do their part, Ling Han said. He spoke roughly about founding a nation and splitting the skies, but didn't mention the conspiracy of the 5 great sections. Yuan Shenghe and the Li siblings listened as their blood boiled. They were youngsters and obviously all had great ambition, and was there a greater cause in the world than splitting open the skies? Young Master Han, I'm willing to follow you. Yuan Sheng, he said loudly. Hee, brother-in-law, if you don't mind my getting in the way, I'm also willing to do what little I can, Li Fengyu said. Good. Ling Han was extremely pleased. Chapter 714, This is a Beast Garden. Reverie _ Henyi. Everyone exited the Black Tower and continued to advance. After 2 days, they'd finally left the sea area. The place ahead was another stretch of flatlands, with occasional large trees and sporadic mountain peaks. It was as if they went back to place on the other side of the sea, for the scenery was almost unchanged. Could the large sea be the center of this mystery realm? Have we come around again? Is the precious treasure hidden in the sea? Everyone began suspect. Xiao, at this moment, a black shadow swept by in the skies, and with a close look, it turned out it was actually a pavilion. It wasn't sent flying, but instead grew out 2 legs and pranced over on the earth, disappearing in an instant. *T. Ling Han and the others looked at each other, speechless. A ghost, or had it become spiritual? A pavilion actually grew legs and ran? Are my eyes blurred? Li Fengyu wiped his eyes. You're probably not the only one having a hard time seeing, Ling Han said. It wasn't possible that everyone's eyes were all blurred. Xiao. At this moment, several more figures swept by the sky at a surprising speed. The Lunar King, everyone cried out in surprise again. They recognized one of them that rode on a terrifying beast lion, which couldn't be any more obvious. Being able to stand side by side with the Lunar King, these people were probably all Shattering Void tier elites. Several great Shattering Void tier elites are chasing it together? That pavilion must contain surprising treasures, Yuan Sheng, he said. Unfortunately, it's been targeted by Shattering Void tier elites, so there's no way we'll have any share. Li Fengyu sighed. With a smile, Ling Han said, that may not be the case. Opportunities don't have much to do with cultivation, and if these Shattering Void tier elites can obtain the treasures inside the pavilion, then wouldn't they have gotten it long ago? That's right, we may be able to obtain a share. Li Fengyu was excited again. But, a pavilion that can grow legs and run, this is too strange, right? Xu Xiu said. Li Fengyu nodded repeatedly, and said, maybe it'll eat all of us. Ling Han said, forget it, don't think about this problem now. Even Shattering Void tier elites can't catch up with it, let alone us. If it is to be, then this pavilion will appear in front of us. If it isn't to be, hee. Well, such a treasure was not something that they could obtain just by thinking about it. Their thoughts down to earth, the first thing was obviously not to hasten on their journey, but to eat a good meal. Ling Han took out a section of the tentacle beast's tentacle and refined it with might to make it shrink, condensing the essence. He then added precious medicine from the Black Tower to boil it together. The most precious was the Myrietes precious pearl, which Ling Han scraped to get some powder, which he placed in the pot. As it boiled, clear red clouds rose up as if they were boiling a divine beast's meat. The aroma permeated the air, making Hu Niao and the gold-seeking rat jump up and down. Even the rabbit began to eat secretly along with them. After half a day, the pot of precious soup was finally finished, and everyone had a bowl ladled out to them. There were propagating vein-like patterns rising in the soup as if heaven and earth was revealing its profound secrets. This was a perfectly tonic soup. Niao wants 2 bowls. No, 3 bowls. Hu Niao hadn't started eating and was already contending for food. Ji. The gold-seeking rat jumped on Ling Han's shoulder and squeaked, meaning this baby also wants 3 bowls. Ling Han shrugged, and said, everyone gets 1 bowl first, and those who can still drink, ladle out more yourselves. Everyone was full of ambition. How could a bowl of such a tonic soup be enough? But once 1 bowl was down the stomach, except for Ling Han and Hu Niao, everyone's bodies were gushing with multicolored light and their faces all red. How could they possibly take on a second bowl? Since everyone couldn't eat more, Ling Han and Hu Niao didn't even use a bowl. They surrounded the pot, scooped up the soup, and ate the meat, making the others call out for their freakishness. This pot of soup was greatly beneficial to progressing in their cultivation, and which medicine wasn't a great one? Eating it directly nourished their Tao flower and the spiritual infant, carving down vein-like patterns. The speed of growth was shockingly fast. In less than half a year, I can break through to the spiritual infant tier. Xu Xiu Ran said, pleasantly surprised. She always worried because her cultivation was lower than Ling Han's, and her battle prowess was very much inferior as well, so she was unable to help Ling Han. Advancing into the spiritual infant tier, she finally wouldn't need to watch from the sidelines every time. The Li siblings and Yuan Shenghe's gains were also great, making them unable to contain their joy. After resting, they departed again. This was still a paradise for beasts, with various powerful beasts emerging one after another. Most of them were in the spiritual infant and the deity transformation tier, and there were even a dozen heaven tier ones. Shattering void tier ones weren't seen for the time being, but that couldn't be a guarantee that there wasn't any. It was surprising. In one mystery realm, they actually saw 2 shattering void tier beasts, though not very powerful, and one already had been subdued by the Lunar King. Against other people, shattering void tier beasts would crush them overwhelmingly. After another 2 days, they finally walked out of this area. A stone door appeared in front, and looking back after passing through it, 2 words could be seen on it: Beast Garden. This is some ancient force's beast garden, a place where beast pets are bred. Everyone was frightened by such immense handiwork. Experts like them had to take 10 days just to pass through a beast garden. This was only to pass through it, and not to stroll through the entire area. The level of beasts is restricted by bloodline, and since they can reach the Shattering Void tier now, then their ancestors should have also been in the Shattering Void tier when they were bred here, Ling Han said. This was the most frightening aspect. This force could capture Shattering Void tier beasts and breed them. Why did this sound so much like dreaming? Only the ancient dynasty that sought to split the skies could be so bold and powerful, Ling Han thought. That ancient dynasty had once united all of the lands, but still fell short in the end, unable to split the skies. No wonder Shattering Void elites were in such a rush. This is extremely like to be the location of the imperial city of that ancient dynasty. Mystical treasures. Everyone felt as if they were on pins and needles. This was a genuine treasure vault of an ancient dynasty. They advanced in a hurry, but after the flatlands was a desert with a boundless expanse of yellow sand everywhere. If it weren't for the fireball that never changed position in the sky, they would be very likely to have lost their way. Like this, they went on for 3 more days, and suddenly a palace appeared in front of them. The residence of the ancient emperor? After they walked over, they then discovered that it wasn't so. The plaque on the palace gates had the 2 words, Tool Pavilion, written on it. As the name implied, Tool Pavilion was obviously a place where treasured tools were kept. There were many people around the palace. The treasure was clearly in front of them, but they didn't go further. There was only one possibility: they were obstructed and couldn't enter. Ling Han and the others walked over, and after asking a few people, they found out that there was a metal puppet keeping watch by the Tool Pavilion's entrance. To enter the building, one had to pass its test first. Forcibly charging through without passing its test, one would only be killed on the spot. What test? Chapter 7:15, Leaving one's name on a stone tablet. Reverie _ Henyi. The test was very simple, and it wasn't to fight this puppet. One only had to place one's palm on a stone tablet, and if a light shined, one would qualify to enter the Tool Pavilion. It sounded easy, but there was only a meager lot that could make the stone tablet light up. Other than the powerful figures of the older generation, only Yao Huiyu, Xu Xiu Ran, Dong Linger, and a few others could do so. There were still newly arrived people who asked curiously, "You just put your hand on the stone tablet?" Of course not. You have to meditate on all your arts and skills in your consciousness, and the stone tablet will magnify the powers of these mystic techniques to their extremes, thereby evaluating your extreme battle prowess, a gaffer said. This is a martial arts stone, a treasure in the legends. Even if you're only at the flower blossom tier, you might surpass Shattering Void tier elites because this evaluation is extreme battle prowess, or, in other words, placing everyone's tier on the same level and then making a battle prowess comparison. Such a ranking should be called a ranking of potential. It's possible that you can't even reach close to this level in the future, and it's also possible that you'll have a fortuitous meeting and surpass it in the future. It's all uncertain. The gaffer said, "See that, the stone tablet has 100 names. If your extreme battle prowess can surpass any of theirs, you can rank amongst them. The stronger your battle prowess is predicted to be in the future, the higher you can rank." However, although this mystery realm opened for the first time in several 10 millennia, it's extremely like that this martial arts stone has recorded all the geniuses in the near 1,000 millennia, and even several thousand millennia. Being able to leave a name on there, even if it's only the last name, they all are super geniuses of several tens of millennia. Hearing the gaffer's words, everyone was somewhat excited. If they could leave their name on the tablet, then wouldn't it mean surpassing the ancients and amazing the contemporaries? But the difficulty was too high. Some had already entered the Tool Pavilion, but none of them left their name on the stone tablet. Ling Han looked over. The person ranked first on the stone tablet was actually called First. Who knew where he got his courage from, assuming that he would be the first and never the last? The second name was much more modest, Yuan Shi. The third name was Si Fang, the fourth name was Yu Ying, the fifth name was Yu, the seventh name was Mo, the eighth name was Ming Dao, the ninth name was Donkey Riding Old Man, and the 10th name was Jiu Dao. Ling Han looked all the way down. Each name was extremely foreign to him. However, when he came to the 99th name, a familiar name finally jumped into the eye, the Lunar King. He was shocked. Had the Lunar King left this just now, or was it several tens of millennia ago? If it was the latter, would the Purple Moon Empire and this ancient dynasty be somehow connected? Ling Han was absorbed in thought for a moment. Only when Xu Xiu Ran called him a few times did he come back to his senses. "Let's go try." They pushed their way through the crowd, trying to squeeze to the front. Some people were easygoing, they had already tried and failed, and didn't mind letting others try. However, some people were bad-tempered and even envious. Since they couldn't get in, they didn't want others to go in either. There was no need to be polite to such people. Ling Han simply attacked, "Shio, shio, shio," and a road-blocking dog was waved away like a scarecrow. When, in front, the stone tablet lit up, which meant someone passed the test and could enter the Tool Pavilion. That's Wenren Qian. As expected of the proud daughter of heaven. It said her strength is second only to Dong Linger's, and sure enough. Tisk, do you know what sort of light appeared when Dong Linger passed? I don't know. I'll tell you, then. The martial arts stone can only let out light in 3 colors. One's red, one's green, and one's purple. Among them, purple light represents the weakest battle prowess, while red light is the strongest. Just now, Wenren Qian actuated purple light. But Dong Linger activated red light. With that said, everyone nodded their heads. While also a proud daughter of heaven, Wenren Qian was still a large distance away from Dong Linger. Brother Ling. Seeing Ling Han, Wenren Qian couldn't help but stop and didn't enter the Tool Pavilion immediately. Such a short while didn't matter anyway. She wanted to personally see Ling Han's extreme battle prowess. Although this didn't represent the heights that Ling Han could reach in the future, it could still be used as reference. Ling Han nodded in a greeting. Jia Ming's here. Everyone dispersed. This was a vicious god that killed without scruples, but he was Earth Dragon Sect's most valued disciple of the next generation, who would dare to harm him even in self-defense. Jia Ming walked over with large strides. A terrifying aura rose all over his body, turning into giant snakes. Ling Han frowned. Jia Ming's cultivation had made an astonishing leap and reached the deity transformation tier. He'd once said that the Great Sea had something fortunate for him, and it indeed seemed so if it was enough for him to advance into the deity transformation tier in a few days. Amongst the younger generation, currently, only Xu Xiu Ran had done it. However, wasn't the Earth Dragon an earthworm? So why did the majority of Earth Dragon sex people manifest the shadow of a large snake? Although they were all long and twisted things, there was still a big difference between snakes and earthworms, right? Jia Ming's walked majestically, his aura as if an ancient brutish beast was hidden in his body, extremely terrifying. As the earth roared, he walked to the front of the martial arts stone. He first gave Ling Han a murderous look, and then stretched out his hand and pressed towards the martial arts stone. Wang, the martial arts stone immediately lit up. Purple light. However, Jia Ming didn't withdraw his hand and continued to press. The color that the martial arts stone emitted changed to green. His meant that Jia Ming's extreme battle prowess improved, which was very normal. Pressing one's hand on the tablet, one needed to perform one's own mystic arts, and after the martial arts stone accepted it and continued to extrapolate, the evaluated extreme battle prowess would then be displayed again. Therefore, one's highest battle prowess couldn't be exceeded, but couldn't be concealed. Hee, my battle prowess will break the ancients and the contemporaries. Jia Ming shouted loudly as qi and blood surged all over his body, forming terrifying pressure. Hong, the people nearby fell onto the ground, unable to withstand the impact. Ling Han's expression turned stern. His and Jia Ming's strengths were originally almost on par. Now that Jia Ming crossed into the deity transformation tier, Ling Han would definitely be inferior except in terms of physical arts. If Jia Ming's battle prowess skyrocketed to the heaven tier, then Ling Han would really be in trouble. It turned red. My goodness. Everyone cried out with their hands on their heads. An exceptional genius as expected, making the martial arts stone display a red color and sharing the limelight with Ling Donger and Xu Xiu Ran. Ah! Jia Ming roared again, the veins on his forehead popped, and the shadow of a giant snake surfaced behind him, letting out hissing sounds. Wang, the martial arts stone displayed a black light. The 100 names all disappeared, and the stone tablet showed the words, "Leave a name." Jia Ming's strength reached the level comparable to the ancient geniuses, and he could rank in the top 100. Chapter 7:16, Lighting Up with Each Step. Reverie _Henyi. Everyone cried out in surprise. It was too shocking. With so many ancient prodigies, only 100 people could leave their names, and all of them were geniuses amongst geniuses. Taking anyone out casually could astonish through the ages, right? Jia Ming being able to leave his name, he was too strong. This was something that Dong Linger and Xu Xiu Ran couldn't do. Jia Ming smiled proudly and wrote down his name on the stone tablet swiftly and boldly. Instantly, the stone tablet let out a dazzling light again, and the 100 names reappeared. Jia Ming's name shockingly ranked in the 97th place, while the original 100th place couldn't be seen anymore. The 97th place, higher than the Lunar King by 3 places. Now, the Lunar King already dropped to the 100th place. Jia Ming was somewhat astonished, seeming to be somewhat displeased by this record, but he immediately revealed a smile at the corner of his lips and took a few steps back, sweeping Ling Han with his gaze and revealing a contemptuous look. Having a name on the ranks, what did this mean? It was to be equals with the strongest historical geniusesto, be a super freak that came once in several tens of millennia. Qian. Jia Ming looked towards Wenren Qian, his expression proud, which meant look at my freakishness, come grovel at my feet now. Although Wenren Qian was shocked inside, she disliked Jia Ming's proud personality even more. Geniuses indeed could be proud, but proud to the point of looking at everyone from above, this was repugnant. She focused her beautiful eyes on Ling Han. This was also a freak who might have a shocking performance. Xu Xian, Yuan Chenghe, and the others walked up separately, undergoing the test one by one. Without surprise, although the Li siblings qualified to enter the Restore Heaven Academy, they didn't cause the reaction of the martial arts stone. Only Xu Xian and Yuan Chenghe succeeded, but they both summoned the purple-colored light, equaling Wenren Qian. However, this wasn't a test of their martial arts talent or aptitude, but simply the maximization of the arts they currently grasped, placing them in the same tier for comparison and ranking. So, one didn't have to care too much about activating the martial arts stone, since there was still a chance to catch up in the future. Besides, this was a ranking that took martial arts skill and techniques and extrapolated them to the extreme, but even geniuses might not be able to achieve the said extreme. The rabbit also went for a try. Quite surprisingly, it actually activated a red light, and could rank alongside Xu Xiu Ran and Dong Linger. However, this was not necessarily the rabbit's full power, and Dong Linger and Xu Xiu Ran also might not have operated their strongest martial arts skill. After all, everyone only needed the qualification to enter, and many people weren't willing to reveal their secrets. Ling Han, I'll let you live a little longer. After you take the test, I'll kill you then. Jia Ming laughed loudly, and said, I'll show you the gap between you and me and have you die with regret. This is the result of going against me. You can't fight here, right? Someone whispered. Yes, fighting isn't allowed. That puppet will step in and directly kill those who don't heed the warning. Earlier, there was someone who suffered, someone else added. Jia Ming came late, so he doesn't know. Although voices of such discussion were small, Jia Ming, with his strength, couldn't possibly not hear it, immediately revealing an irritated look. He'd put out big talk yet couldn't do it. Wasn't this a fierce slap across the face? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, walking in large strides to the martial arts stone. He said, a frog at the bottom of a well. What's so hard about simply making the ranks? Such high-sounding sentiments, then I'll wait and see, Jia Ming said coldly. Ling Han pressed his hand and used the desolate hell sword, but the martial arts stone didn't react at all. Apparently, this set of sword techniques extrapolated to the extreme couldn't quality to receive the martial arts stone's recognition. Ha! Jia Ming scoffed. Hold your horses, such a grown man yet so impatient. Ling Han sneered. Jia Ming instantly wanted to kill someone. He'd lived in the wild for a long time, fighting and killing beasts all day. Killing people and killing beasts were no different to him. Whatever made him displeased, he would want to kill. However, when he saw the metal puppet that guarded the premise at the gate, he snorted and suppressed the killing intent within. For now, he couldn't beat this puppet, carved with extremely complex formation patterns, which were definitely of the 10th tier. Oh, then you'd better hurry, don't take the latrine pit and take a **T and keep the people behind waiting, he said insipidly. Barbarian. Ling Han scowled. No wonder you've always been a savage, and I don't expect that you could be civilized. However, the most important thing is to know oneself, and you clearly have no culture and still shout like a loudspeaker all day, polluting the environment everywhere. Pooh, many people instantly burst out laughing, but covered their mouths immediately in fear that Jia Ming would hold a grudge. Jia Ming was in the deity transformation tier and definitely an extremely powerful warrior in the deity transformation tier. Only shattering void tier and heaven tier elites could suppress him. However, how many elites like this could there be in the world, and how many would dare not give the 5 great sects face to suppress him? Jia Ming indeed had the right to run amok. Ling Han changed to operating the 3 styles of black origin in his consciousness. Wang, the martial arts stone immediately lit up, but it was only the most normal colors, purple light. This moved Ling Han slightly. This sword technique of the Heaven's Sword Sect could only make the martial arts stone emit the lowest level light of recognition. This sword technique was extremely remarkable. The last move, breaking limits, needed sword heart to actuate, which showed its high level. But as the martial arts stone saw it, this only passed the first stage of recognition. Tisk. Jia Ming sneered again. He obviously knew that Ling Han's strength could definitely cause the reaction of the martial arts stone, and even equal Xu Xiu Ran and Ling Donger. Purple light was not something strange at all. However, he definitely didn't think that Ling Han could leave his name on the ranking. This was too difficult, and probably only one person from each generation could rise into the list, and the further in the future, the more difficult it would be because there were already too many geniuses before them. Wenren Xian and Xu Xiu were more nervous. They obviously hoped that Ling Han could suppress Jia Ming, and with the slight changes in their faces and gazes, Jia Ming's killing intent flourished even more. Ling Han also activated the Eye of Truth, and instantly, the light that the martial arts stone emitted changed from purple to green, entering the second level. Hiss, this guy's also a genius, to actually be able to activate green light. No wonder he's targeted by Jia Ming. You're excited too easily. Don't you know he's Restore Heaven Academy's Ling Han? What, that heaven-grade alchemist? Who else other than him? What a true monster, attaining such accomplishments in alchemy, and being just as terrifying in martial arts, absolutely inhuman. Everyone cried out one after another. This was unimaginable to them, so they obviously thought it strange. Jia Ming was obviously displeased and gave a loud snort. Instantly, the whispers in the surroundings all disappeared. Now, there really wasn't anyone who dared to offend him, even the older elites weren't willing to make an enemy of him. He was a youngster filled with potential, and would definitely become a shattering void-tier elite in the future. Besides, the Earth Dragon's Sect stood behind him, and they couldn't kill him while he was still undeveloped, so they definitely couldn't offend him. Chapter 717, Rank 1. Reverie _Henyi. Ling Han smiled and performed the thunderclap ninth heaven in his consciousness. Wang, the light that the martial arts stone emitted immediately changed from green to red. Seeing this scene, Jia Ming's expression was somewhat grave. If Ling Han could be a little stronger, he might really be able to leave his name on the martial arts stone. Ling Han no longer performed the 3 styles of black origin, and instead operated the annihilating dragon star arrow. When the 3 mystical powers were used simultaneously, his divine sense turned into a small person and flickered like lightning inside the consciousness, firing out annihilating dragon star arrow. It couldn't be helped. The 3 styles of black origin and the annihilating dragon star arrow were conflicting with each other and couldn't be executed simultaneously. Otherwise, operating 10 heaven-grade sword techniques simultaneously could at least rival 3 styles of black origin and other such ultimate moves, right? Wang, the light that the martial arts stone emitted changed again from red to black. Instantly, the stone tablets' names all disappeared, and the words reappeared again, leave a name. This explained that Ling Han's future battle prowess could surpass past geniuses and squeeze into top 100. I'm about to go crazy. Another genius that could surpass ancient geniuses appeared again. Did my eyes go blurry? Such a genius should only appear once in a generation. What's going on? 2 mighty geniuses side by side, would the future be their power struggle? Not necessarily. This is just their extreme battle prowess in the future, and not what's guaranteed to be achieved. Besides, Xu Xiu Ran and Dong Linger definitely held back. They're definitely no weaker than Jia Ming. That's right. There's also Heaven's Sword Sect Small Sword Emperor and Azure Thunder Sect Son of Lightning who haven't come. They're no weaker, either. Everyone spoke one after another, but this didn't cover Ling Han's limelight. He was a freak that could contend with the 5 great sects' strongest geniuses. Ling Han casually wrote down his name, and in a short while, the martial arts stone changed. His name rose into the list, while Lunar King's name was squeezed out of the top 100. Rank 78th. This record moved everyone visibly, and made Jia Ming's expression pale, but it was also somewhat unacceptable for Ling Han. 3 mystical powers executed together actually only ranked 78th? It wasn't his lower tier that resulted in low rank. The mystical powers were extrapolated to the extreme or compared in the same tier. In the ancient times, there were still 77 geniuses that were still above him. Hiss, how many mystical powers did these guys grasp? Ling Han was shocked inside, but his confidence didn't suffer a hit, because this wasn't his complete battle prowess, or rather potential. He still hadn't executed 9 dragons' tyrant body art and indestructible heaven scroll, which weren't conflicting with each other and could be executed together. Especially the indestructible heaven scrollet was the scripture that the Black Tower passed down. Whatever, he didn't have to be number 1 in history. Ling Han retreated a few steps, smiled at Jia Ming, and said, "Frog at the bottom of a well, have you gained some knowledge and experience yet?" 78th versus 97th was, of course, an absolute crush. "Get out the way." Jia Ming walked over and pressed his right hand on the martial arts stone again. "I didn't even use my full power earlier." "What?" Everyone was greatly shocked and in disbelief. Being able to squeeze into the top 100 throughout history actually wasn't done with his full strength? How freakish was this guy, really? Was this going to be heaven-defying? Jia Ming stood still, but his black hair stood on ends, soaring towards the sky as if there was wind blowing from below, each strand of hair fluttering in the wind. A great snake's shadow appeared behind him again, but it was transforming from a flat and pointed snake head to a circular head as if it had become an earthworm. This wasn't a normal earthworm. It was as if a divine beast from the beginning of the world, emitting a primitive presence. The veins on his forehead throbbed constantly, each muscle trembling, and the power of his body was so terrifying as if a light punch could shatter a mountain, overturn a sea, and even strike down the stars in the sky. Wang, black light reappeared on the martial arts stone, but this time, the words, "Leave a name," didn't appear. Instead, Jia Ming's name improved from 97th to 51th place. This. What mystic art did he use to surpass nearly 50 ancient geniuses? Although it was only around 50 places, how many years and generations of geniuses was that the accumulation of? What he surpassed was generation after generation. Everyone felt as if they were on pins and needles. What sort of freak was this? But, seeing the 50 names above Jia Ming was even more terrifying. These names had remained the same throughout the ages, and just how powerful were they at the time? Even Ling Han somewhat at a loss for words. In other words, when Jia Ming extrapolated the mystic arts he'd grasped to the extreme, he could even surpass 3 mystical powers. Ha 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 ha. Jia Ming let go, took a few steps back, and looked disdainfully at Ling Han. "Now, who's the frog at the bottom of the well?" Parroted and unoriginal. Ling Han shook his head. "You think that you're the only one who held back? Toad, move out the way, this time I'll make you totally convinced." Jia Ming's body shivered involuntarily. Could Ling Han also have held back? Impossible, impossible. Charging all the way to 78th place, how could he possibly have held back? He was definitely pretending, definitely. Ling Han reached out with his hand and pressed it on the martial arts stone, operating indestructible heaven's scroll only. Hong, black light was immediately emitted from the stone, and Ling Han's rank skyrocketed. 60, 50, 40, 30, it was so fast that it was like fireworks. Even Ling Han himself was shocked, because he'd only operated a part of indestructible heaven's scroll, and not all of it. Moreover, he'd only grasped the first layer of the indestructible heaven's scroll. 20, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. He went straight to first place, knocking off first that was in first place. Unprecedented, the world's number 1. OSH*T. Motherfuck. Everyone began to shout obscenities, completely unable to believe it. This was too shocking, directly crushing all geniuses throughout the ages and ranking first. Was it possible that Ling Han would become the most powerful person in the history of the vast lands? Ling Han didn't continue to operate the indestructible heaven scroll. Since he'd already charged up to number 1, there was no meaning in continuing. He retracted his hand with a smile, and said, Sorry, I'm usually low-key, and suddenly being high-profile for once, I don't feel too well." Everyone was speechless. No matter how fake it sounded, Ling Han's potential was plain to see. If he could really push the mystic art he grasped to the extreme, his battle prowess would be the strongest ever. The eyes of all the women present had lit up. The first in history. Who didn't want to become the wife of the first in history? Such a title was also full of temptation. Jia Ming's expression was pale. He'd originally wanted to completely suppress Ling Han, but, unexpectedly, he helped Ling Han and became a stepping stone. After all, without him as a comparison, who would know the bearing of being number one? Now that it was clear, besides, he was only at the 51st place after struggling desperately, which was how many ranks away from Ling Han. Chapter 718, Another Number 1. Reverie _Henyi. Jia Ming immediately calmed his mind. This was only the height that Ling Han could reach in the future, and did not represent that his current battle prowess wasn't a match for Ling Han's. It was quite the contrary. His had a fortuitous meeting in the sea, and his cultivation rocketed to the deity transformation tier. His current battle prowess definitely crushed Ling Han's. Once he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Han. Niu wants to try. Niu wants to try. Hu Niu ran over, tittering with joy. This seemed very amusing to her. Ha 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 ha. Some people immediately laughed loudly. What was a small little girl doing, butting in? Don't underestimate her. She entered the Restore Heaven Academy based on her own strength, and even defeated many experts. Someone knew Hu Niu's background. Pooh, this instantly made even more people spurt out air from their mouths in shock. She? A little girl 7 to 8 years of age? Was that possible? Small little girl, don't butt in and get out of this lord's way. An old man was displeased and obstructed the way. Earlier, he'd tolerated it, but a little girl also wanted to cut in line? He couldn't tolerate it. How dare you block Niu's path? Hu Niu was infuriated and immediately punched with her small fist. Send you flying. A small little girl dares to be impudent in front of this lord? The old man attacked, snatching at Hu Niu's neck. He was going to toss Hu Niu away. However, Hu Niu's figure flashed and immediately disappeared from under his hand, and she was already behind him when she reappeared, throwing a kick. Peng, the old man was kicked, flying magnificently out of the crowd, and landed on the surrounding yellow sand. Damn it. The old man was embarrassed, to be kicked on the butt and sent flying by a little girl. Would he still have the face to see people in the future? He immediately charged back, but before attacking, he was grabbed by a metal puppet as if a chick seized by an eagle, having no power to fight back. He struggled, and shouted, "Why only catch this lord?" Yes, everyone also wanted to ask. Attacking was prohibited here, and the metal puppet would immediately stop whomever attacked anyone, but now? Clearly, Hu Niu was the one who attacked first, so why didn't the puppet stop her, but instead restrain the victim? Hu Niu glared, and said, "Big monster, you dare to seize Hu Niu." The metal puppet actually took a step back as if it feared her. Everyone just wanted to hold their heads and shout, "How is this possible?" The puppet, something completely without feeling, didn't know fear, so why would it feel fear facing Hu Niu? Hu Niu laughed loudly and walked to the martial arts stone with hands on her hips. Just as she reached her small hand out, she was annoyed, and said angrily, "Damn it, it's too high." She had to stand on the tips of her toes and stretch out her arm to reach it. Everyone couldn't help but smile. This little girl was quite merry. Hu Niu jumped directly onto the martial arts stone. Everyone saw this as greatly disrespectful since the names of geniuses throughout the ages were left on there, but even the metal puppet showed no reaction, so what were they getting stirred up for? Hu Niu placed her small hand on the stone tablet, but there was no reaction at all. Not to mention a black light, even the purple light didn't emerge. She was infuriated, and said, "This broken rock's damaged." Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Treat this stone as your enemy, and then, in your head, think of how you'll beat it up." So that's how it works. Hu Niu giggled and closed her eyes. She pouted, looking like she was clenching her teeth in anger. Wang, the martial arts stone immediately lit up and black light rose directly, turning into the words, "Leave a name." *T, another freak that could leave a name on the list. What was going on? There were already 2 freaks, one of which ranked first throughout history, and now, a little girl of 7 to 8 years of age could also enter the ranking. Such a little girl, what mystic arts could she possibly know? Sigh, could they even call themselves geniuses, even falling short of a little girl? Hunyao scrawled on the stone tablet, leaving the words, Ling Han is Nyo's. She giggled and took a few steps back contentedly, admiring her own masterpiece. She said, Ling Han, are Nyo's words beautiful? Beautiful like their dancing, Ling Han said with a smile. The black light faded, and everyone immediately started to search for where Ling Han is Nyo's would rank. They all started from the last place, but in the 90s, it wasn't there. In the 80s, it wasn't there. In the 70s, it wasn't there. No, they couldn't see the words from all the way. You guys, look at the first row, someone said in a quavering voice. Everyone looked towards the stone tablet's first row and shockingly saw Ling Han is Nyo's at the first place, pushing down Ling Han, who had just risen to the first place. The original, first, now dropped to the third place, appearing somewhat awkward. The original, first, ranking first was extremely awe-inspiring, and now that it ranked third, though it was still rare in the past and present, it didn't live up to its reputation and became a laughingstock. Everyone looked back and forth between Hunyao and the name on the stone tablet and just couldn't connect the number 1 battle prowess throughout the ages with this little girl. They were still in shock with Ling Han breaking history and honorably rising to number 1 in battle prowess. The first shock hadn't faded, yet another arose, making them somewhat numb. Was it a dream? It just seemed too unreal. Yay, Nyo's first place! Hunyao shouted excitedly. Ia Ming's face turned green. Forget that he couldn't beat Ling Han, but even a little girl's future battle prowess was above his. How could he accept it? His confidence was going to be blown. This was really too great of a blow. Ling Han didn't find it strange at all. It was very likely that an extremely terrifying existence was hidden in Hunyao's body, so what if she crushed all the geniuses through the ages? And he also didn't fully operate indestructible heaven's scroll, so it was normal to be below Hunyao. He obviously wouldn't contend with Hunyao. With a smile, he said, come on, let's ignore that toad and go in and have a look. Okay. Hunyao held Ling Han's hand, and as one adult and one child walked towards the tool pavilion, the metal puppet stepped aside as if to show respect. Xu Xian Er and Yuan Shenghe followed behind, feeling the limelight on their faces and extremely proud. Everyone was astonished because those who passed the test all went around the puppet. Could this be the special treatment for those who left their names on the ranking list? Brother Ling. Wenren Xian caught up in a hurry, her eyes sparkling. This time, she really wanted to get to know Ling Han and talk a little. First of all time, no, the first 2 of all time. Jiaming snorted and walked towards the tool pavilion, also trying to walk in imposingly, but that puppet blocked him, and had no intention of moving aside. Jiaming almost exploded with anger. Everyone made it into the ranking, so why didn't he have special treatment as well? He had to walk around, his expression livid. Too fucking unfair. Chapter 719, Formation Sword. Reverie _Henyi. After entering the tool pavilion, they were in a hall with stairs leading to the second floor on both sides. Judging from the height of this floor, the tool pavilion was probably 5 stories tall. What weapon do you use? A voice sounded next to Ling Han's ear. Ling Han was startled, and said to everyone, did you guys all hear that sound? I heard it, it asked me what weapon I use, everyone said. Ling Han nodded, and said, sword. Xiao, just as he'd finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the hall and appeared in a sealed room. The door was tightly shut, and it seemed that he was directly teleported in here. For an ancient dynasty, such a method wasn't unusual. Ling Han didn't panic. By the looks of it now, everyone was transported to a different room because of the different weapons they used. However, why weren't the ones who used swords together? This probably had to do with their record. The better their record, the more advanced the room they could enter. He looked around and saw an empty stone room. In the middle of it was a stone table with a sword in a scabbard. Even if the sword was not out of its sheath, Ling Han could sense a terrifyingly vicious chi hitting his face. It was full of danger. A swordsman's weapon. Ling Han was shocked. It wasn't like he'd never seen treasured sword. She even had a 10th tier spirit tool in his hand, but just from this vicious chi alone, the demon birth sword was far from being comparable to this sword. It was like this sword had been made for killing. Ling Han walked over, but when he was 3 meters away, this sword popped out of its sheath, leaving roughly 30 centimeters, and Wang, 7 sword lights intertwined and charged towards him. The power of these sword lights was only at the spiritual infant tier, which was the same as his tier. Ling Han was obviously unafraid, and crossed his arms in front of him to take this blow head on. Pooh! His body was forced back a distance of 7 steps, and 7 wounds shockingly appeared on his arms, gushing out red blood. Ling Han couldn't help but be greatly surprised. What was his physique? It was comparable to 8th tier rare metals. Theoretically, it was very hard for even deity transformation tier attacks to deal damage to him, but this was only 7 spiritual infant tier sword lights, yet they made him bleed. How could this not be surprising? Power didn't represent battle prowess, and represented destructive power even less. Ling Han knew this very well. For example, using the same power, if one hit wood with an iron rod, compared to hitting wood with an axe, would damage dealt be equal? Power was only a part of it. Ling Han revealed a smile. He wanted this sword, so he had to conquer this sword first. Interesting. He was in the spiritual infant tier, so this sword could only display spiritual infant tier power, fighting him on the same tier. However, battle prowess was uncertain. This sword light was filled with destructive power, and if his physique was still at the iron sheet tier, forcibly taking that blow would definitely have severed his arm, or even his entire body. Like him, at the spiritual infant tier, yet it could kill those in the deity transformation tier. Fighting in the same tier? Then let's compare. Ling Han charged out. He was quite interested in this sword. Could it also be a 10th tier spirit tool, being able to strike out such fierce sword light? Xiu, 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 xiu. Flash after flash, sword light shot out, striking him. Ling Han swung his fists to parry. The sword lights were truly fierce, the power of each reaching peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, and its lethality far surpassed Idavan. His physique could be injured, but that was all. He cultivated the indestructible heaven scroll, and his physique was like an indestructible diamond. He stared at that sword. There were many patterns on the blade, but they weren't martial intent. They were formation patterns. Although his formation level hadn't improved much, it wasn't hard to make such a judgment. This wasn't a spirit tool, but a formation's eye? Ling Han was really shocked this time. Could this sword be a formation that was taking the initiative to attack him? Poo, piu, 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 blood constantly splashed across his body. This formation sword was really too terrifying, cutting him so that he bled ceaselessly and couldn't get close. He activated the Thunderclap 9th Heaven and used the Demon Fairy Step, no longer fighting the sword lights recklessly. This would bring no results. In terms of power, this sword was at the advantage, and he would only be knocked back. Xiu, 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 the sword lights shot out, but Ling Han traveled freely through the gaps between them, steadily approaching the sword. When Ling Han was only a step away from this sword, the entire blade popped out of its sheath, and a dazzling light instantly soared into the sky, its baleful presence ablaze. With each sword light repeated 7 times, a total of 49 flashes of sword light shot out simultaneously and intertwined into a dense web, forcing Ling Han back again. Apparently, pressured by Ling Han, this sword also unleashed stronger might. Its power was still in the spiritual infant tier, but its destructive power increased by a whole lot. Ling Han's arm was struck by the sword once again. This time, the wound was much deeper, almost to the bone. The sword was suspended in the sky as if an invisible hand was controlling it. Then, the sword point pointed at Ling Han and emitted a threatening chill. What level formation is this exactly? Ling Han stared at the blade's formation patterns. He couldn't recognize this formation at all, and only two things were certain. Firstly, its power was terrifyingly large, and if it exploded with full power, it could probably kill shattering void tier elites. Secondly, this formation was flawed and incomplete. Too shocking, an incomplete formation had such power, then how terrifying would it be when repaired? I'll make you submit. Ling Han felt a rush of haughtiness and unleashed the demon birth sword. Without activating the martial intent within, he executed Mysterious 3000, counterattacking against that sword. Ling Han was afraid that the two swords would both be fully on if he activated the demon birth sword's martial intent, and then he would just be an adornment. Moreover, the demon birth sword might not be able to suppress this formation sword, and he'd be doomed if it were the other way around. As expected, as the demon birth sword didn't unleash its might, the formation sword still maintained the power of spiritual infant tier, but the sword light's destructive power was still terrifying. Ling Han reckoned that if all the students of the Restore Heaven Academy fought together, they would still be annihilated by this sword. Ling Han's battle prowess was fully unleashed, with the Eye of Truth and the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven all activated, and his physical strength was also unleashed to the extreme, his battle prowess exploding. It far surpassed the spiritual infant tier, and could even strike down peak stage deity transformation tier elites, but against this sword, it was just on par. No, to be correct, Ling Han was probably still at a slight disadvantage. After all, this sword suppressed its tier to fight him, and had an innate advantage. Ling Han refused to accept it. Moreover, the stronger this sword was, the more he wanted to obtain it. He wielded the demon birth sword with his right hand and slashed out a sword light, using the power of bone symbols along with it. Moving left and right to eliminate the power in the sword light, he continued to charge forth, and even if he was bombarded by a few sword lights, he was going to grab this sword with his hand. Without a tool spirit, he could put the sword inside the black tower. Suppressing it would be easier this way. Chapter 720, To Couple Hardness with Softness. Henyi. It was easier said than done. When Ling Han was too close, the sword would unleash even stronger might, sweeping down a sky full of sword lights. It could be seen clearly that the sword light formed a formation, which increased the destructive power. It was difficult, very difficult to deal with. Ling Han seemed to be facing a hedgehog, and didn't know where to start. He would be terribly hurt no matter what. How could it be suppressed? Ling Han frowned. His physique sufficed, his recovery power sufficed, and he didn't fear being hurt by the sword light. But, the problem was that he was inferior in power, and once he was too close, the formation sword shot out endless sword lights, which couldn't be dodged at all, forcibly pushing him backwards. It was just absolutely cheating. How could it be obtained? Ling Han used the Eye of Truth, which was useless. The sword light was interwoven so closely that there wasn't a shred of a crack, and even if he turned into a fly, he wouldn't be able to fly through. There was no solution. Completely unsolvable. How could it be done? Ling Han thought of countermeasures. First, he could unleash the Heaven Transformation Bowl to absorb it directly. However, this was inappropriate. Not to mention whether it was absorbable or not, even if it was, Heaven Transformation Bowl's function was to refine all things and extract their essence. After this formation sword was absorbed, Ling Han didn't know whether it could become a divine material, but the formation patterns on it would definitely be gone. The formation patterns were what he wanted. Then, how about trying the demonic pattern on his left hand? It came from the refinement of Azura Demon Emperor's demonic chi, which Small Tower said contained the power of laws, and its destructive power was extremely amazing. Up till now, Ling Han still hadn't tested out its limits. Perhaps it could eliminate the sword light. Let's test it out. He charged towards the formation sword again and extended his left hand. The black demonic pattern appeared and pressed towards the sword light. Pa! The sword light immediately shattered. It works. Ling Han exulted, marching straight in to collect this treasured sword, but the next moment, the sword emitted a terrifying killing intent and vein-like patterns lit up as it completely activated. *T, a fully resuscitated murderous sword is comparable to a shattering void tier elite. Now that was big trouble. Xiu, sword light was ablaze, charging towards Ling Han. It was a murderous sword of the shattering void tier. Ling Han immediately hid in the black tower. He was currently completely unqualified to challenge a shattering void tier elite, and the best strategy was to escape. The formation sword lost its target and soon dimmed down. Ling Han was extremely gloomy. The demonic patterns were also a part of him, so after he used the demonic patterns, why did the formation sword fully activate to the point of being so hostile? Unreasonable, so unreasonable, how could it be taken? Small tower, what can you do? Ling Han said. Small tower swayed, appearing before him, and said, with your current abilities, it's impossible to take that sword. The formation patterns on it are formed by this realm's laws, and though not very complete, it's already reached a very high level. I simply used the demonic pattern, so why did this sword fully activate? Ling Han said, puzzled. Because both are powers of law, so they'll activate each other, Small Tower answered, and then said disdainfully, they're all just the weakest powers of law that I can annihilate with a slight shake. This guy was being arrogant again. Ling Han shrugged, and said, what use is your saying it can't help me retrieve this sword. Small Tower paused, as if hesitating, and after a while it said, it's not impossible. What's the method? Ling Han was pleasantly surprised. Taking its time, Small Tower said, you cultivate the indestructible heaven scroll, reaching the diamond tier, but you've now only grasped the power of extreme hardness. However, the real diamond body is not just stubbornly hard, but it couples hardness with softness. Couples hardness with softness, what do you mean? Ling Han asked. Hardness can't last long as it's easy to break. Simply seeking the extreme of hardness isn't the extreme of defense, Small Tower explained. You've now reached the peak of humanity in the hardness aspect, and it's about time to walk the soft side. How? Ling Han became interested in this topic, but he was in no hurry to ask how to resolve the formation sword's attacks. Didn't you absorb blood-sucking origin gold? Small Tower suddenly said. Blood-sucking origin gold is a typical example of coupling hardness with softness. It can be hard like metal and soft like fingers, and when bearing great force, it can even stretch out to offset great force and not break. Ling Han suddenly remembered, and said, I once punched Jia Ming, but his neck stretched shockingly for 30 meters, dampening the power of the punch. Yes, that's coupling hardness with softness. You cultivate one side of the indestructible heaven scroll, reaching the diamond body. It's impossible for anyone to be harder than you in the same tier. However, you still haven't started on the soft side, so in terms of physique, you're not invincible at the same tier, Small Tower said. Then how can it be done? Ling Han asked. Small Tower said, people and all living beings are made up of countless particles, and the effect of any physical art is to increase the toughness of these particles. However, if you think from another angle, the combination of the particles isn't fixed, so why can't it be broken? Countless rocks form a great wall, but they can also form a tall tower. On the assumption of having the same number of rocks and that they don't shatter, there can be infinite transformations. How many particles are in a person's body? Countless. So, your transformation is also endless. That's the beauty of living beings, having countless possibilities, unlike treasured tools and puppets, which are fixed. Ling Han was instantly enlightened. Small Tower didn't impart him any mystic arts, yet pushed open a new door for him, allowing him to look in a completely new direction. So, the path can also go this way. Indestructible heaven scrolls hardness, according to what Small Tower said, it should be the strongest in the world, reflected in the particles that made up the body, this was the strongest in the same tier. However, precisely because the body was made up of countless particles. The particles themselves can't be destroyed, but the makeup could be destroyed. What he needed to do now was to let the particles slide continuously when he received an attack. Similar to Jia Ming, taking his punch and stretching his neck for 30 meters to neutralize the power. Jia Ming could already control the particles in the body. This was the sign of softness. Neither hardness nor softness could be lacking. Without hardness, you would be flour paste no matter how soft you were and still break under slightly greater application of force. Without softness, no matter how hard the rare metal, it could still be refined, or else how were spirit tools made? Coupling hardness and softness would be like blood-sucking origin gold, killing people when hard, and wrapping around fingers when soft. He fell into deep thought and looked within himself with the eye of truth, exploring how to control the movement of the particles in his body. The indestructible Heaven Scroll had related records, but it was unclear. Before, he'd never understood them, but having been instructed and guided by Small Tower, this section of the scroll finally became logical, constantly enlightening him. He lost track of time and immersed himself in the new realization. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.